Ah, there we go. Yeah, just making sure that the audio is... Oh, hi Presto. And how have you been? Yeah, I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd do an on-schedule stream. I should be able to do it for a few hours anyway. Anything's better than staring at the roof, and there's never anything on TV, is there? So, how was your day today, Presto? And how's my audio? I imagine it's working properly. I tried to do another system except the stupid system they have on Xbox, you know, with the controllers. But I couldn't find any other route. The Passover system in this, it's just for movies. So, the only real connection to audio is that kind of wireless. Because running it through their controllers are junk. That's a big chink in the system. I can see why they're not selling lots of controllers. They really are junk. Yeah, I've seen it looks quite good. I've seen a little bit of criticism on it as well, but you're always going to get that. Yeah, audio is good. Yeah, that's good. No, if it was PC, you wouldn't be limited to using their shoddy controllers to get audio. You'd imagine, you could plug directly into your Xbox. You know what I mean? To kind of hardwire in, which would be a lot simpler, and then you wouldn't have to go through that piece of junk controller. Yeah, it's been kind of pestering me a lot. It's a very backward system. Now, okay, let's be off. Now, I did a good bit here today, but that was just tidying up and fixing up our followers. If they've got a ton of orcs, we'll have to move somewhere. I seen a mod of a house that was kind of interesting. It had something ridiculous like 100 beds or something. Yeah, something like that I'd need. There is a lot of followers in this game. The frame rate, yeah. They'll fix it before launch. Yeah, I think it was something like that. Yeah. Would you believe I've been playing COD games for so long? And the 30 frame rate thing doesn't bother me. I think it would be wasted on me. But yeah, if you can get a better frame rate, it just looks so much better. But I've been playing these for so long. Yeah. I don't know if I could tell the difference anymore. Now, right. We're still working on... Oh my god, we're still working on destruction. I could do with some iron and stuff. So, we'll go on a little journey for that one. Let's see if it's respawned. Oh, goat horns. Yeah, that's the thing. We'll go messing for those for a while. Oh, I can't believe it. It's back. The second I built this in-game, about 200 hours ago or more, I took the bees. This is the first time they've come back. Because the salary set here was banjaxed. But it seems to be back. Oh, this game is so buggy. But it hasn't helped the iron. That has never respawned. I took that before I built the house. Now I know why I never used to take it before. Or at least the bees are back. Now, let's do a little bit of exploring. Like, even if BGS were to use the same map here, with a few minor changes, just change the cities and the quests and that, I think for most of us that would be acceptable. No, we're so waiting so long for something from the Elder Scrolls. Junk. I can't take anything anyway from there on this playthrough. But yeah, isn't that funny? This has respawned, but not the metal. Oh well, let's get going. I've never played any of them. Yeah. You said Dragon's Dogma, was it? Yeah, I was tempted a few times to play the old one. I don't know, something put me off. But I'll have a look at it and maybe. Yeah. That's the one with the pawn system. I think it was... Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it? Maybe. I reckon that new Fable, when is that supposed to be coming out? It was a certain kind of gamer, let's say, you know, the original ones. I always found it was fun, but I always found it a bit like Sim. You know, the Sims. But there was one in particular, Fable 3, I found very humorous because of the voice acting from Stephen Fry. I've seen trailers of the new one that's coming out. That's getting a lot of hate. And I have a feeling that that one will be not what everyone expects. That's one thing I couldn't understand. If you have a successful IP and you have a certain formula, you know, certain way of doing things, you know, that's really successful, and then you go ahead and you start changing everything and ticking off the kind of core base, that I could never understand. Now what's going on here? What the?
Never should have come as a surprise.
Okay. I know there's something going on here, alright. Right. Right, that's a bandit chief. Why are these two fighting? Oh, with a hunter. Oh, I better kill these two guys fast because they're going to kill that hunter. That one. Okay. Hey. Oh, there's another guy. There's two more.
Victory's yours, I submit.
No. I think we're way past that guy. There. That's not too bad. We just saved the hunter. That wasn't bad. Now, I'm lacking one spell and I can't find it. That stupid detect dead spell. Ah, got them all. Okay, that's a ton of junk to sell. Right, let's be off. Yeah, there's usually some skeletons around here. Well, that's where the ore is, and there's some on the other side. I'll get that before we move on. Well, they haven't respawned. I will check these in a minute, see if we've cleared them. Pretty much cleared. Let me see. This way. Yeah, I'm not allowed to buy anything for my character like metal, ingots, iron, ingredients. Most of them are a thing of the past. The hardest thing was the soul gems, presto. I literally had to farm for those guys. Yeah. Of course, destruction is an absolute pain. Nice, okay, this has come back. We'll be needing a lot of that. We might do, the quest in Dawnguard to get that last hard far home. You know that Daedra one? Yeah, that might be cool. Get the last hard far home. See if we can get it up and running. Oh, hi. Hi, Jimmy. No problem. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Appreciate it. So how have you been? Yeah, I was just saying to Presto, I thought I could run something else from my audio through my Xbox. Disaster. I'm kind of forced to run it through their controllers, and their controllers are trash. Yeah, real trash. Oh, strangely enough, the cheaper ones are not. It's when you get the so-called elite controllers. Yeah, trash. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Woke up about half an hour ago. Couldn't get back to sleep, so I thought I'd do an unscheduled stream. Or else I'd just be watching TV or something, and I can get boring. Oh, okay. Now, let's see. We'll find a little dungeon and we'll get back to questing. Yeah, you see, there's a named orc bandit leader there. I'll kill him eventually, but I didn't want to do that. That's an interesting one. Yeah, we get a unique staff from that one. You're not really sent there, but there's usually oh, hang on. I've got a ton of junk, don't I? What time is it? Nice. We'll head to Falkreath and we'll sell that junk.
I used to be an adventurer like
But it doesn't have, you know, any kind of pin-up. It's a long enough quest. And it's just a miscellaneous one for some reason.
You've been a good... Take a look.
No. Alright. It's not bad. Yeah. We're good to go. Right, let's get back. Yeah, he's a pretty tough boss at a low level, but we can easily take him. Yeah, it's right there. There's usually one of the pieces you collect. You know, after the college, you get pick up the lute and the flute. Kind of silliness. They're dodgy quests because if you pick up the stuff early, they usually bug out. Oh, hi, Wolf. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Yeah, we're going to chance this one. Well, basically, when we get in, we just kill this boss. And there's no real prompt on this one. I think when we get in, it just says kill this guy, but there's no record of it after, and it's a pity because it's an interesting quest. Basically, some bandits were hiding out here, and it was possessed by a lich, I think. And he was feeding on them, and basically got them to kill each other, and he fed from that energy. And there's a few journals that point to that. We've already taken the journal, but now I think we'll take the boss. Right, let's get in. Yeah, he's got a unique staff. Living a dream. Nice. I don't know how much of this will have respawned. I'm just here for the ore. Actually, a lot of it respawned. Did I take the key? Oh, that's lucky. I took the key. That's why we're not doing that quest. I took the journal that was there as well. And these are the unlucky campers here. Yeah, we won't be harvesting that junk. So we'll just go up and quickly kill him. I think we're meant to find this when we're getting that instrument for the guys from the college. Lots of junk, alright. Well, that's where it is. We'll have a quick look here. Nope. Now, I'm nearly sure these guys are not friendly. Almost positive. Yep. They are not friendly. Okay. Yeah, these guys are easy. Oh, hi John. Just couldn't sleep. I thought I'd do a non-scheduled stream. Got really bored, and there's some things I want to do on this. So, what you been up to, John? Yeah, these guys are not the worst now. Not exactly tough. Oh! A ghost that uses a healing spell. That's novel, I've gotta say. Yeah, only in Skyrim. Yeah, that's where we'll be going in a second. Let's see what's down here. Ha. Yeah, not much. Okay, let's kill this boss. Ho 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 ho. Okay, he didn't last long. Ooh. Yeah, these are pretty weak, aren't they, compared to the junk we were doing here earlier. Nice. Okay. We'll get to the boss later. Nothing much spent today scrolling through YouTube. Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah, there's a certain algorithm, let's say, if you have a certain search history. You spend any time on something, it will keep kind of bombarding you with that kind of stuff. But I watch it from time to time. Yeah, I watch it from time to time. And I've noticed that, it kind of follows your history on it. But it's kind of a bit of an echo chamber, isn't it? It rarely gives you out something you'd normally wouldn't watch, which is kind of good because, you get to see more. You have to go looking for it, especially. I can see where that could be a problem, Yeah. Especially if it's something you'd normally consume. That is a kind of a problem. If you're watching certain videos, if you have a certain view, I think, on something, it will tend to keep reinforcing that view. But isn't that all social media, really? Depends on what you're watching. But if you're going into anything like, world events or politics or certain things like that, yeah, it's not a great app then. If you have a certain view on something, it will show you videos according to what you usually watch. It is actually kind of. It depends where you are in life, I suppose. If you're really young or really old, maybe not so much. But if you're in the prime of your life and you should be out there experiencing life and doing things and stuff like that, yeah, it could. It could. But a lot of people I've noticed in even the last decade have gone down quite a few rabbit holes on social media, with some ridiculous stuff. But YouTube, let's say, would have a certain limit, I suppose. But any social media app, in a sense, if it uses algorithms, let's say, to show you what you think you want or like, would feed a lot of confirmation bias, I suppose. Yeah, it is declining, John, because of the relentless ads. A lot of people would use ad blockers, but I think they're coming up with a system to stop that. And there's another platform has opened up the mirror everything on YouTube, and I think it's called SmartTube, and that one has no ads. So obviously they're selling your information, but that's the way it is anyway, guys. Even on Xbox. I remember I got a text from Xbox, unsolicited. And basically it was rambling on. It said that my privacy means a lot to them. Listen to this. And that they've settled with the FCA about the made it sound a lot different, but basically about selling, harvesting and selling the information of kids, even though they knew they were kids, you know? They settled with them anyway. And then, in the same breath, they said they implied they were absolutely innocent, so why would you settle? And then recommended a certain website to go to set up a system where, let's say, they couldn't farm your kids' info. I think they sent me that because sometimes my grandnephews, play on this, and I might have mentioned it once or twice to them, because a troll kind of trolled them, probably thought it was me. So I tried to shut that down. But imagine that, farming kids' information, knowing they were literally kids, then paying a big fine to the FCA. And then I'll have to take a screenshot of it. I think I posted it on Discord. And even though they admitted to all that, they implied they were absolutely innocent, and that they cared and worried about kids' information on Xbox when they were knowingly peddling it and selling it. Yeah. No, it's not. It's not. It's a big industry now, selling people's information for for advertising, Let's say you're getting spammed by people who want to sell you something. You probably notice if you Google something. I remember I Googled a carport, and they were stupidly expensive. I could literally build one myself in a day. That would be much better for 5% of the cost. And I remember the day after, they relentlessly bombarded me with ads about carports. It is. I remember a long time ago when this became apparent. I did a tiny bit of research. I had nothing to do. But they sell it in batches, blue, and it's actually not worth much. I think for every complete profile it's something like 4 cents. Yeah. But they sell them in, let's say, hundreds of thousands. And they can sell that information over and over and over and over again to other companies. You know what I mean? So when that goes into the millions over and over again, it's a lot of money, But that's all you're worth, blue. I think 4 cents. Yeah. So all of that is for 4 cents. Oh yeah. It goes to billions. Take Facebook for instance. Absolutely billions. But that's the way it is. Every time you click on a website now, guys, a cookie will, just track your account. And if you do a little bit of browsing in a day, you can expect anywhere from half a dozen to a dozen cookies. Literally like a parasite, on your account, tracking everything you do. Scary, isn't it? Yeah, it can cause problems with iPhone, let's say, So you'd have to go in, do the cache, to make it work properly again. And then within an hour, if you're browsing again, it's just back the same way. Yeah. I think a lot of them actually even track your movements, don't they? And I don't mean that in a kind of a conspiracy theory way, I think they do. Yeah. The 60s had its problems as well. Every generation has its problems. But I don't think the world has changed much, John. Let's say even since probably even the early 1900s, it hasn't changed much. We're still basically the same creatures. It's just that with social media now, let's say, you can see what's happening everywhere. So it makes it look more, back before the internet and media and even TV, you're only really aware of your own little bubble, and that would have been quite small. New tools, same problems, yeah. But it has exposed a lot of things. If you want to know, you know. It has exposed a lot of things. But nothing has changed, you know. We're always the same. Technology might change, but we'll always be the same. Yeah, these guys are pretty weak. Extremely weak. Okay. He was dead already. I remember who that guy was. Okay, I think we're good to go. It's not, I remember, it's not a really big dungeon. What's the... Okay, how am I getting in there? Ah, that's giving me another little problem, isn't it? Oh. Oh. There it is. Oh, we got one of these little thingies. Yeah, I'll do this now in a moment. These silly little puzzles they have. Oh, we got destruction up anyway. Haha.
Among the dead.
Ho 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 ho. Ah, those guys don't last very long, do they? Okay. How do we work this? Well, that's eagle anyway, isn't it? Apparently. This is snake. And this is whale. I think that's how it goes. Now, where's that little, guy again? Yeah. That's it, guys. We're on our way. Got it. Yeah, people are people, Blue. Yeah. And thanks for following, Blue. I appreciate it. And welcome. Oh, no problem. No problem. Yeah, this is a strange... It's not even a question. Never get a prompt to do it. But you basically sent in here, I think, to get one of the instruments from the college. There. Well, our damage is starting to get a bit high on this, although... These guys are not that powerful. I'll just take the junk from here. Okay. We need to work on that guy. We're doing good on lockpicking. Yeah, how am I? Oh, I see. Yeah. I see. Now. Oh, this way. Now, I think the main guy's in here. Is a nasty piece of work. Yeah, right in here. So, we won't give him any chances. At all, whatsoever. Yeah. So, from what I read from the journal, there's a bunch of bandits they hid out of here in this cave. But we were getting nightmares and stuff like that. But it was this guy here. Apparently, he was feeding on their life force. So, he got them to literally go mad and start killing each other. Throwing them from here onto something for a sacrifice. Yeah, that's what I remember of this. And the only time you're ever sent here is to get some stupid junk from that there, I think, for the college musicians. You know those things you pick up? And with a bit of work, this would have been, you know, pretty decent quest. Compared to some of the marked quests. That's the one, Halderstaff. And that's it, guys. You know, usually I take this when I'm pretty low level. Oh, let's see. Okay, we've got plenty of room. We can collect some junk on this. But yeah, kind of disappointing. And the book, I picked it up earlier. Yeah, there it is. Don't ever take these early. That's the drum. We've already found the lute, so the other one is a flute. I don't know where that junk is. We should be sent to that one directly. But those quests from the college are notorious for bugging out when you pick the items early. That's it, guys. We pretty much cleared this guy. And that should be another one. Nice. We'll sell the junk and we'll move out. And we'll do a bit. Yeah, that's where they were getting dropped down to. Dropped right through here. Well, it doesn't make sense because how they landed there, but apparently that's the story. Yeah. Well, one less monster in Skyrim. Let's be off. Right, we'll sell our junk. We'll do the military camp. But I will clear every location I can before we leave this as well. I know they all can't be cleared, unfortunately, but most of them can. Let me see. Here. There's a guy, where is he? Somewhere around here. Okay, now I'm getting confused. Okay, we're too far up. It's on the other side. There he is. I'll hit this one.
Take a look.
Yeah, what will we do? I was thinking about getting that Dedra quest out from Dawnstar. You know, making way to buy that other one on, and then, you know, basically cleaning up all the quests there. There's a kid we want to adopt, so what we might do is, you know, stick to one town till we get all the quests from it. Then we need never go back again. That might be a good idea. Now we've got a unique staff anyway. We'll need tons of junk to fill up those houses. Okay, still a little bit to sell. We need someone else, so that's basically the only camp there is with no quartermaster, which is a bit silly. All the rest of them have, I think. Ah, this guy here.
What do you need?
Now, that's it, guys. Right, let's drop this junk back. I want to get all this junk back at Lakeview. And we'll store the stuff for crafting for Windstat, you know, in a little section here. Oh yeah, we got this guy. He's working and staying here now. There's room for one more. So I want someone with some kind of heavy steel armor for that. Let me see. All the stuff that's going back to Windstat we'll put here. Which is obviously the iron ore. The rest of the junk will go here.
One of the others, if you
Until I get sorted out in one of those houses. Okay, I think there is a little bit of apparel to stack away and then we're good. Ah, yeah. And the ingredients. And that's it then, I think. We're pretty good to go. Yeah, we'll set it out later. There, 50. Okay, we're still overweight. Oh, the staff, the most important thing. There we go. Right. I did a good bit in Proudspire as well. Now, let's get serious about what we want to do here. I said, guys, we go to Dawnstar. We'll do that daily quest. It should be quick. And I don't know, we won't kill that guy this time. I always kill him and take the staff. But that staff is rubbish. Yeah, who needs that junk? You know, I've already got my achievements. So this time, we won't kill, no matter what way the quest goes. Let's say, like, especially the Daedra one. We'll keep all of the followers. Even the child murderer this time. I think it's the first time I've spared him. And that's the Ill-Lit by Moonlight quest. Now, right, Dawnstar it is, so let's head to Dawnstar. Now, when we get here, what we'll have to do is, we'll have to, there it is. I prefer to land here and we'll come down by the camp. There's a couple of random encounter spots here. I don't want to take them out because they're a bit of a danger to the NPCs. So we'll do this quick. I think there might be a book on the way down, a bit of ore as well. We can take that out. I don't know if the ore has respawned, but we'll see. Nah, I don't think so. You are basically right here at Dawnster. Yeah, I think we clear up, do whatever we need to do in Dawnstar, get it over and done with, so we'll never have to come back. And that will give us a little bit more time to find our hard bits, you know, little quests and that. Here we go. Okay. Destruction has gotten a bit better.
Just a scratch. That's it? That's all you've got? Son of a... No!
Ah, that's not bad. And it's just not a usable standard now. Now, let me see. Yeah, the book is here. We definitely need that junk. For decoration. That's that. There should have been 3 guys. Should have been another guy. Oh, maybe he just didn't spawn. Now. Okay, random encounter spot coming up. It is none here. Okay. I think I might have known what happened to the other guy. I think he didn't make it. There's a random encounter spot. Yeah, destruction is getting decent now. Okay, it should be reasonably safe. Unless that stupid ice raid spawns up here and decides to head for this town. Well, not too bad, the Khajiit are not here. But if you're going to lose an NPC here, the first to go will be... What's her name again? Abigail, is it? Starts with an A anyway.
You don't look so
Abalone.
Are you feeling all right?
Close enough, Abalone. She's the first to go. She has a stupid patting system. Brings her out here, up there, around by those rocks and back again. So there's trolls here, ice raids there, well, possible spawning points, and some wolves there. Now, there used to be a developer's chest here somewhere, a trader's chest. It was around here somewhere. We used to glitch through with a wooden tray. Oh, it's been a long time ago since I did it. It's the chest for the Khajiit. So I think it's around there somewhere. Now they're all in there, and there's a ton of little quests here. I don't know, maybe we'll start getting the little quests. No, hang on. We can't really do any quests here until we take that out. We've got to do that 10 thing. Then we'll do it.
I work steel. Seems like no one is getting the finest weapons and armor.
No. There we go. Right. Let's do this quest. And there's a few quests. There's actually another Daedra quest over there. There's two here. And in Falkreath, there's two also. From what I can remember. Yeah, I forget where it is. I used to collect them way, way back. And you get those do not delete chests. You remember those? The developers left behind. Yeah, around there somewhere. There's one as well in Whiterun. There's a few of them. Yeah, we could reach. I used to have a lot of fun with those. You know, you're in a dungeon, let's say, in a tight space. Just drop the chest. And would run stuck behind it. Easy targets. Yeah, that was back in the old days. Yeah, we were pretty easily amused back then. No mods, you know, nothing like that. That original Falmer armor used to be a big hit. And the tavern clothes. Yeah. Closest thing we get to mods. Yeah. It got overcomplicated as games got bigger, more money, microtransactions, silliness. In my opinion, anyway, putting mods on this the way they did, you know, the Creation Club ruined the game. I had no opinion either way, let's say, you know, the free mods. It kept the game alive. You know, introduced it to new players, which was good. But once Todd and his crew, once they sniffed out a buck on that, it was all over. That's what I was telling you about, this one always dying. Oh, she better not die this time.
Guess it's all clear now.
She's always the first to die. Stupid, stupid woman. Okay, I gotta be sure. Always the first to die. This is her route here. She draws every single animal. Usually a good harmony spell if you're here quickly. You know, once you get back out of the cellar again, you should be okay. Now, well, to be honest, yeah, we'll kill the trolls when we get up there. Okay, and this time we're gonna save that monk. And we can tell the Daedra where to put her staff. Yeah, we'll destroy it. Is that the orphan guy? I think it is. Okay, we'll get him inside. Right, let's save that. And we can send him to Proud Spire.
I've got to get out of this.
Where is he anyway? That little... There he is. Come here. Come here, you.
Sorry, gotta run.
Where are your parents, kid?
Dead. My pa was a sailor. Took me with him on his last trip.
Now, I've never seen him hold a pot before with a spoon.
Was off here in the
That one is new. I think that's why we got the massive update.
I've tried to make do since then, but
Never seen that.
hard. Real hard.
Okay. Okay, I could adopt you if you want.
Really? Do you have a place I can live?
Now let's see if this works. Proud Spire. Yeah, the one in Solitude.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the coal down.
Ah. Yeah, see, I didn't put beds in the other one, but that I want to get them to Solitude. I used the mods, put 6 kids' beds on that. Not that fond of mods that changed that, but I had no choice. It's the one in Solitude they're going to. You're off to Solitude, kid. Now that one there, that is kids' beds as well. It's what did I heard? Oh, this one is. I don't think I put kids' beds in that one. Doesn't matter anyway. You're going to Solitude.
Are you sure? You really wouldn't mind? Really? You mean it? Wow, thanks, Pa. I promise I won't be any trouble at all.
No, that's one of the 6 for better adoptions.
Just let me get my things and say goodbye to everyone. I'll
Yeah,
be
yeah.
right home. Thanks. Thanks again.
Okay, so that's one Crotch Goblin. Now,
What troubles you, my son?
where are we going to leave this idiot once we do the quest? Isn't it? I never seen him do that before.
Yes, sirrah.
It's possible he might have. I've never seen it. There's been a few small changes, but very, very minor, Jimmy. You know the way BGS works. They do minor little changes that nobody asks for. Tiny. Well, I've noticed, let's say, with most game studios, if you've got a glitch or a bug that's kind of fun, or helpful, or interesting, yeah, within hours, they'll shut it down. But if you got game-breaking bugs and really annoying ones, yeah, they seem to be okay. They seem to be okay.
And what might you need?
What's wrong with everyone around here?
Plagued by horrible nightmares.
But basically, you can't do anything about the house until you get this out of the
What I
way.
can do about it.
Then leave. This isn't your problem.
These dreams are manifestations created by the Daedric Lord Vermina.
Never liked this quest much. It's okay, but
She
you know.
leaves behind nightmares. Not unlike a cough marks a serious illness.
And sorry, hi.
Extend her terrible influence over these people before the damage becomes permanent.
Atorel, is it? Yeah. And hi, Morgagor. I hope I pronounced that right. I do butcher tags. And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And hi, survivalist. Morg raid rar. Okay. Nice. And thanks for that, survivalist. Morg. You don't mind if I call you Morg? And hi, Runner Rain. And how have you been? Pretty good, pretty good. And you, what have you been up to? And hi, Poopsie Doodle. Yeah, we're gonna get this one out of the way. We'll get that last Heartfire home.
All right then.
Just woke up. Nice. Okay, we'll have to do the dialogue here. On this, I'm doing what I call an Imperial restrictions. So we can only use Imperial weapons and armor. And I'm pretty much maxed out now. You know, I've even got the enchanting armor, let's say, from the DLC. Now, also, the other restrictions, we cannot buy anything to improve our character, like ingredients, or ingots, that kind of stuff. So that's out of the question. Also, outside, we can't take anything, except if it's in a container. But dungeons are pretty much everything goes in dungeons. The biggest problem, let's say, was soul gems. So we kind of farmed some of the Dwemer runes. So that wasn't too bad, you know. And hi, Morg. And how have you been? And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And thanks for following, Pupsy Doodle. And welcome. Welcome to the community. So that's what we're doing now. We're getting this one out of the way. So this is our character here. All of this is vanilla, even the helmet. It's the Corinthian helmet. It's in 3 spots. 2 I can remember. It's been a long time since I played this game. But it's pretty cool. The easiest one to get would be Folky Shack, just above that, on the mountainside. And we're just left 73 on destruction, and I think 95 on lockpicking. Yeah. And that's as far as we've gotten. I always use illusion, and let's say for perk points. I never use glitches or exploits. Trying Fallout 4 for the first time. Oh, really? Yeah, it's a pretty good game. I've always loved the building on Fallout 4. And hi, Morg. And how have you been? So, what were you streaming, Morg? Were you doing some Skyrim?
Yes. The entire town is being plagued by
Now I'll
horrible
just
nightmares.
spam that for a minute.
She has. I must end her terrible. Perhaps
There
you
we
would be
go.
willing to assist me in that regard.
Oh, really? Oh, cool. So you've just started streaming. Cool. Yeah, I've been at it a few years. I moved from Mixer a good while back. Yeah, you probably wouldn't remember Mixer, but it was Microsoft's platform on Xbox for streaming.
I've already said too much. If anyone overhears what we're saying,
I was only there about 10 months before Microsoft shut the doors on that
I
one.
would simply ask that you trust me and help me end Dawnstar's
They
life.
tend to mess up everything, you know. Fallout 4 yeah, that's a great game. You've obviously played Skyrim, yeah. No, it used to be, it shut down about, I think, how long? About 3 years ago, yeah. But it used to be the old Beam platform, I remember. They bought it up,
Wonderful.
yeah, we'll just do the dialogue on this guy and then I'll talk.
Nightcaller Temple is only a short walk from Dawnstar. Come, we must
Oh,
go.
really? It's a great game. But if you like Fallout 4, you'll definitely like this.
I promise to.
But I've always leaned towards the kind of fantasy medieval games. Yeah. But yeah, what was I saying? Something about Mixer. Yeah, they bought, way back, just over 3 years ago, they bought a platform called Beam. Kind of like a Twitch thing, you know. So they renamed it Mixer and that. And it was pretty cool to hang out. They only had about 10% of the traffic of Twitch. And it was apparently growing too slowly for them. So they had a really brilliant idea. And I say that sarcastically. They paid a lot of Twitch streamers tens of millions of dollars to stream on Mixer. I think Ninja was one. I think his deal was worth something like 100 million. And they got Shroud and Ewok and all of those guys. And yeah, they thought by doing that, you know, that their channel will grow. Now what happened was, obviously when these guys were streaming, the guys from Twitch would come over and watch, and the second they stopped, they just went back to Twitch. But a few did stay on to troll. But they started bleeding money left, right and centre, and then Microsoft pulled the plug. Didn't even tell the streamers. Most streamers learned it was going, let's say, when their viewers told them. So Microsoft have a habit of expecting too much too quick, you know, throwing tons of money and then dropping it like a bad habit. And the way I see them go with this gaming thing, if they don't have successes very soon, they'll probably drop that as well. They have a big history of doing that. Yeah, it would take a while. It would take a while. I've always preferred Skyrim. And New Vegas has, I think, in my opinion, a better story. But what pulled me into Fallout 4 Morgue was the building of settlements. Not for everyone, but I love the building. Yeah. Kick has gone mad now also, but it's Chinese based. Oh. Yeah, I've heard my sons talking about Kick, all right. And thanks for following, Morg. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. I'll be sure to show you some support also. Microsoft, yeah. Too much too quick, that's them. Yeah, that's the guys. And then let's say once we spend a ton of money, yeah, we'll drop it like a bad habit. But billions to that corporation is just, couch change, It's just a hobby. So they're not really committed to anything except software, So I'm surprised they're sticking with the console, guys. Yeah. Used to watch a guy on Mixer. Microsoft paid him to move there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they spent, let's say, just for the signing deals, out from paying these guys, which doesn't really count because they're obviously making money from them. But they spent about $500 million. Yeah, signing these guys over. Yeah. It was a pretty stupid move, Jamie. They should have given the platform a little bit more time to mature. Concentrate on the mid and smaller streamers, you know what I mean? But the last thing Mixer needed was mercenary streamers. I call them mercenaries. And, improve their platform and the software on it. They've always been brutal with software. Even the smaller gamers, give them some free games or something to try out, something like that. Or pay them more or something, That would have been better, They would have eventually bringing in, But it was very, very popular with older people. Yeah, maybe that's why they pulled the plug on it. Yeah, probably. Yeah, well, basically that's what they were, mercenaries. Put it this way, they weren't streaming for the love of gaming. If I was a Microsoft... Yeah. But you see, as I said, the real money is in the software and Windows and stuff like that, so... Yeah. They'll do the same in the gaming, guys. Like, if you were, listen, to, let's say what we know about gaming. If you were Microsoft and, you wanted to start this Game Pass thing and you wanted to take over, they made so many mistakes with Xbox against Sony as well. I just wouldn't even mention it. It was the stuff that it was so stupid. So what you wanted to do then, let's say you started buying up game companies and you're spending a lot of money. Like, what was it? It was 7.5 or 8 billion for BGS. Well, that's not counting, let's say, the overheads, paying off their court cases. They had about a dozen of those as well. And then plowing all the money into Activision Blizzard. So you wanted, obviously, a few good games, yeah? To kind of get the whole thing up and running. And imagine putting Todd and his crew, relying on getting a good game from Todd, and you had so much money riding on it. And that game was Starfield. Now that's got to be the worst decision. We could see it coming a mile away, And this is right on the heels of that stupid vampire thing. Something Fall, Free Fall or Vampire Fall or whatever it was called. That was an absolute dumpster fire. So they've had about 3 in a row. If they get many more, they'll probably, drop the gaming ambitions as well. Oh yeah, they've burned through a lot of money. Starfield is an abomination. I'm a big fan of their work, but only from Fallout 4 back. And I think Todd and his crew have been relying too much on our past, on our loyalty. And I think, it's about time he woke up and, he smelled the coffee beans. Because that kind of rubbish, it's unbelievable, the amount of rubbish. But how many times, guys, have we heard BGS developers bragging about people coming in and fixing their games for free? You know what I mean? But imagine that, that you had to rely on guys to fix your games for free. Yeah, for Activision. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's all Microsoft do, Jamie. They don't create anything. They buy it out, they'll run it to the ground, or they'll sell it off or take it apart. Typical. Yeah, they don't create anything, you know. They just buy stuff. Didn't GTA use the community's hacks? I'm not sure. Yeah, typical Microsoft. But I know GTA was a smaller company that was bought out as well. Two Scottish guys, I think. And it had a really mundane name or something like Cops and Robbers. Very, very basic graphics, way back in the day. But I think they kind of pioneered the way we play games now. Those days, yes, two Scottish guys. Basically the cell was always there. So the size of the game was pretty limited, because it was all loaded at the same time. And I think they pioneered the system where the cell would, let's say, appear as you move forward, I remember watching some documentaries on that. Pretty interesting. Yeah, they did. They did. But they were bought out and they stayed on as CEOs. This is the thing they'll always do. And then eventually CEOs don't have as much power as they think and they leave. We've seen that 1,000 times. But the game was pretty naff. The title was pretty naff, so they were really aiming towards the North American market, so they renamed the game Grand Theft Auto. Yeah. But they pioneered a lot of that stuff. Money, yeah. All money. And they started off quite good, but then once they started Grand Theft Auto Online, I was out with those guys. But when they do put their mind to it, they make a really good game, But I don't agree with what they've been doing, let's say, with third parties, on the mobile games and that. Using some, and their remasters are rubbish. But, they're just a corporation again, what can you do? On game history alone, it would be fun. Oh, I'm just old. I've seen a lot of things, Jamie.
Follow me.
Right, let's go with this guy. Now, what they said about... love that, yeah? Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Let's follow this guy. Yeah, in this game, this is a strange game. I remember when I played this for the first time. You get the little cart ride and all of that, and I was about maybe 10 hours in. I said, yeah, the game it's okay, But the more I played it and the more I read the books and understood the story, it was kind of a lot to take in, But once you got used to the system and the stats and, the upgrades and things like that, yeah, it grows in you really quick. But this is my favourite game and probably will always be. I can't see anyone coming up with anything better than this anytime too soon. But they said the same of Starfield, which I couldn't believe, Like it only gets good 60 hours. If you don't like a game, guys, in 3 or 4 hours, it doesn't get any better, Yeah, if you don't like a game, let's say, after 5 hours, you're not really going to like it. So, I've even heard silly people say, oh, it only gets good on your second playthrough. How could it get good on your second playthrough? You already know the plot and the story, but that wouldn't apply to Starfield because it didn't have a plot or a story. Yeah. It was the most disjointed game I've ever played. I almost fell asleep, let's say, multiple times on stream playing that game. Never had much of a problem, Harry, with this one. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Stockholm Syndrome. Yeah, probably. Now, this guy takes a long walk up here. But you got to love the scenery in this game. And for its time, guys, this game was... It was literally... the bee's knees. This is something we've seen from BGS a lot. They went from Morrowind, to Oblivion, and Oblivion was a big jump forward, you know. They've always had bugs that they've never fixed, and we've always turned a blind eye because they give us something different, something really good, something that had a hook and a catch, And then even, let's say, from Oblivion to Skyrim was pretty much the same way. But every time, let's say, they made a new game, the story definitely suffered. The story in Oblivion I thought was much superior to this. Not sure about Morrowind, I haven't played that one. But I've never really done a single player game since Skyrim. I kind of gave them a pass on the Elder Scrolls Online because, it was an online game I wouldn't be interested in anyway, and I thought that maybe, that's the way they were done. So I gave them a pass on that. And I gave them a pass on Fallout 76, again, an online game. And then they come out with that vampire one, but, that was a different studio under their name. So again, another pass. But Starfield, and this is all the original crew from BGS. That's what we can expect now. So, I'm not looking forward to the Elder Scrolls. It will be the first time, let's say, I haven't bought their games on release. I think I'll leave it for a year or two. Yeah, because really they only start fixing, the bugs and stuff. It's depressing.
People around here call it.
It's like they're actively trying to bankrupt themselves. It's not going to get better, guys, with BGS, let's say, the way they approach their games. Because now, let's say, under the wing of Microsoft, they don't need to make tons of money from their games because it's literally going to be dumped into Game Pass,
With the tower's history, but it was deserted.
And they don't take any feedback from their fans, and customers. Like the devs and that, they kind of hit back, which was really petty and childish, to the criticisms. And someone said it was boring, and they said, oh, well, it's boring because it's pretty empty. Oh, well, it's empty by design, so it's not boring. Stuff like astronauts, not being bored and that kind of silliness, And then one guy said, it's not boring. If you think it's boring, you're playing the game wrong. You got to use your imagination, guys.
Time before Nightcaller Temple was established inside.
Haha.
When the temple was active, the priests would rarely be seen in dawn.
What happened with BGS, they were surprised with the success of Skyrim. I've even heard some developers chat about it and documentaries on that. They were really taken by surprise. But I think they're a victim of their own success, where they've got that King Midas syndrome. They think no matter what rubbish they come out with, then it's going to be gold, Like someone that comes into a lot of money or a lot of success pretty quickly, and it goes to their head.
They preferred to live a solitary existence.
But the sheer fact that Microsoft took those guys over kind of proves my point that they're not doing things right. Or, they wouldn't be selling out to Microsoft. Yes, the guy that, turned his back on his friends. This time we'll save him, I think. Hi, Seb. And how are you? No, I don't think so, Runner Rain. I don't think I've heard of that one. Yeah.
There's a small
Definitely.
aura I established inside the tower's entry hall. I was hoping to seek spiritual guidance from her. Perhaps my prayers were...
But if you're ever going to play this, let me see. Morgue, if you're ever going to play it, don't touch the anniversary edition, for goodness sake. It will put you off the game forever. Do not, under any circumstances, get the anniversary edition. All it is they dump a ton of rubbish mods into the game, and it really ruins the game. So just go with the SE, the special edition. Keep away at all costs from the anniversary edition. And then, if you really like the game, you're playing it for a long time, sure, if you want to see what it's about. But if you dump it in straight away, yeah, it will ruin the game. It dilutes it too much. Too much rubbish. Definitely, yeah. I'll have a look at that sometime. Yeah, well, all the Anniversary Edition is basically the base game and the DLCs. That's all it is. Like a kind of... Oh, you mean the Anniversary Edition? Oh, the modded quests. Tons more houses, stupid weapons, armor, buggy quests. Like... all kind of notes and books, as big as dictionaries. Very, very immersive breaking for me. Yeah. Go with the special edition, trust me. Yeah. Oh, hi, Cord. And how are you? Not too bad, not too bad. Couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd do a little stream. Even though I don't really stream till Friday and Saturday. But you know me, if I get the itch for something, I'll just go play it like Skyrim. So what have you been up to, Cord? Ah, that's good to hear. Got a new microphone and set up. Oh, that's cool. Don't get me wrong, guys, I don't mind mods. After all, I saved this game. But there's guys out there that give their work for free. And I find those mods far more superior to the paid mods on, like, Creation Club. They're not great. Like, I'm using a few on this. Like, my home is your home. Basically, I can leave my followers, at any of my homes. And, of course, the adoption mod. And I think I'm running Protect Your People. Because of the quest-giving NPCs getting killed. And a couple of things like that. Doesn't really affect the game much. Not visually or quest-wise. Or even content. But even after removing the Anniversary Edition, there's still some remnants left over of some buildings and some ingredients and food and stuff that I'd prefer to see out of the game. So not only was it a waste of money, but it literally corrupted my base game. I suppose if this was on PC, I could get individually into the files and delete it, but console is rubbish. It's very, very hard to do anything on it. I'm on PlayStation, so most of the Great Snippings are better than 95. Yeah, Sony have a problem, I think, or so they say, with third parties. Yeah. I think the excuse they're using is some kind of security or something. And, they've had a lot of hacks, not out from modders, from other people. So, Microsoft can do it. And I think it's kind of hurting their platform, to be honest. On these kind of games, anyway. But yeah, they've always been like that. Oh, it's Hyper X Pro 2, I think it's called. I have it for about 2 years. Yeah, I think it's really good. It's carbon and aluminum. Kind of really heavy reinforced with a kind of adjustable, the kind of snake boom mic. Yeah, I think they're very good. Never had an ounce of problem with them. And a really good microphone. But I have basic things like... Yeah, I have as well, the unofficial patch. I'm pretty much the same, yeah. Just the basic stuff. Yeah, they're not really expensive. I think here, at that time when I bought it, I think they were about 120. But worth it, because the rubbish Microsoft one was about 70, I think. And that was absolute rubbish. And literally fell apart within 2 or 3 months. This one looks like the first day, after 2 years. Never had any problems with it. Nice to meet you, Croc. Nice to join your community. No problem. no problem. I'm the same once I finished my stream. I'm absolutely wrecked. But thanks for stopping by for raiding. Morg, appreciate it. And I hope you have a good rest and a great day tomorrow. Take care and stay safe. Bye. A work day. Oh, definitely you'll need your rest. I'm retired, so I have tons of time for gaming. Yeah, tons of time. Too much time. Have a good one, Morg. Bye. I've got an ulcer. I have a bulged disc, sciatica, probably heart problems, blood pressure problems. Yeah. I don't think you should be jealous. I'd trade it all to be young again. Yeah, for another 20 years. We'll run up. You'll stop if I run too far, so we'll wait. We get up and we kill those trolls. But once we get there, it's not too bad. I know this quest like the back of my hand. We can get through it pretty quickly. Oh, you see those guys? I need those real bad. Now, to make sure we get these guys... Fury. Yeah, I want these guys. Sugar. Okay, definitely need new glasses. Okay, I'll just kill you. Yeah, I'm desperate for... Oh, after all that. You see, I'm doing crafting the hard way. That's a pity. And goat horns. That's a big... There's a big scarcity problem on that. Oh well. Or to try. Come on, let's go. So far the odds on those goat horns have been about 1 in 3. Well, R.I.P. goats. Come on, will you, for goodness sake. Right, let's just get rid of these guys. I want to use... Well, we're working on destruction, so... Well, he won't die. Well, he's the center of attention anyway, isn't he? Yay! Mages unite. There. Now, if I developed this game, let's say after killing these 3, I'd make sure they wouldn't respawn. They're a serious problem. Right. Now. 3 trolls, 1 cat. Go on, go on. Oh yeah, yeah. But there's those, and then there's a random encounter spot. Let's say just down there, and then there's an ice raid comes down here. I don't know why they would do that. And a ton of NPCs that are killable. No. Oh, this guy. No, he's some kind of let's say a Breton or something. Or is he some kind of elf?
Before we enter,
Oh,
I
he's a
must
dark
warn you
elf.
about the dangers that could be lurking within.
Or is that a high elf?
Years
I think
ago,
maybe a high
this
elf.
temple was raided by an orc war party seeking revenge.
Okay, that's not the one.
They
I'll
were
speak
being
to him.
plagued by
Okay.
nightmares, just like the people of Dawnstar.
Dark elf, yeah.
Years ago,
Hard to know with
the
the
temple was
hood.
raided by an orc war party seeking
The high
revenge.
elves are a little
They
different.
were being plagued by nightmares, just like the people.
Yeah,
of
the kind of
Dawnstar.
skin. Must have been the beard. Probably. Were they successful?
Knowing they could never defeat the orcs,
But yeah, he
the priests of
basically is the
Vermina
coward.
released what they called the miasma, putting everyone to sleep.
So we'll save this guy for once. Why is it dangerous if they fall
I'm
asleep?
concerned that when this place is unsealed, the miasma will dissipate
Yeah.
and they'll awaken, both orcs and priests alike.
Never took much notice of them. Alright. Now, miasma. That's a pretty old word. Used a lot in the Middle Ages. When they couldn't explain, let's say, pandemics, plagues, colds, flus, those kind of illnesses. They didn't imagine a kind of micro-world of germs. But they would blame it on a foul gas. They would reckon it was a gas that would creep up from the earth, and they literally called it, I think, miasma. And that would make you ill. I think that's where the miasma comes in there.
The miasma was created by the priests of Vermina for their rituals.
Favorite type, yeah,
Gas that places the effect
to
in
play. Yeah, the way they look.
because the rituals would last for months or even years.
Yeah, I
The
think
miasma
that's
was
what the
designed
word
to
means.
Slow down the aging process.
I remember it a lot in the history books. Yeah, it is. Is the gas dangerous?
Sadly, yes. The longer an individual is exposed to the miasma, the more the mind can become damaged. Those who've been under the effect of it for extended periods of time.
You've seen the things during the plague, and that was quite, well, in history anyway, quite recently. You remember those stupid hats
Never awoke at all.
that they wore that looked like Big Bird, had a large beak? Well, they would have a little pot of fragrances in that, to kill the smell. And they thought by killing the smell with that, the smell of dead bodies and that, they thought the literal smell would make them sick. They thought by doing that they were protected, with these large masks. Well, they didn't understand that. But there was some Greek physicians that kind of guessed it, But of course they were kind of pushed away to the one side. Couldn't really prove it.
Vermina resides in a strange realm known as Quagmire, a nightmarish land where reality shifts upon itself in seemingly impossible ways.
Yeah.
From her
Well,
citadel
the
of
COVID
Saxony,
masks
she
wasn't
witnessed
about
war
being
to collect our
protected.
memories.
It was, I think, if you
Return
coughed, if you had that virus,
of horror and despair.
it would drop the odds of someone else, getting it. It was less, let's say, protecting you and more, let's say, protecting everyone else. Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be... The only way, you would be... You'd need a hazmat suit to be 100%, But I've seen some kind of silly people, that would wear these masks. And not because they were wearing the masks, but then they would come to, like, a kind of pass machine, a cash machine. And they were wearing gloves, and they would obviously take off their gloves to use the buttons. Like, that was much more dangerous, I'd say, than not wearing the mask. Because at least they knew at that time that, if anyone had that, you can pick it up from those surfaces, in a certain amount of time. Mm.
Who can say? Perhaps she collects them for display like...
But I did say it, you know.
nonsensical art
At the
gallery.
time, it's something that
Whatever
we're
the
going to
case
have to
may be,
live with.
her intentions are far
It'll
from
be just like the flu and the cold and all of that, just another version of it. Bit more harsher on old guys, but... Mm. Yeah, yeah. Well, there's nothing we can do now, you know, to be honest. But let's say there is an upside, let's say, to wearing the masks, I suppose, in a sense. You know, stop the spread of it, and, you know, people got a little bit more, well, immune to it, I suppose. But I suppose they had to try. Something like that, you know, it's complicated. But yeah. But yeah, if you like to wear masks, if that's your thing, you know. It was the same with hoodies, remember that? Yeah. It was the same with hoodies back in the day. They
to
don't...
get inside.
They've done it, yeah, they've done it in Asia for a long time. Yeah, that's true. Long before the COVID thing. And I suppose there is a bit of protection, but as I said, it's more about protecting the other person. You know, you have to admit, let's say if you had a cold and you started sneezing, you know, all of that pushing out, you would infect a lot more people. And I think, and I'd say, they didn't really explain that very well, you know, when they were telling people to wear masks. You know, because if you tell someone to be uncomfortable wearing a mask, you know, and say, well, you're protecting other people, well, they're not going to care. But if you tell them they're protecting themselves, you know, they might take action. There would be a little bit of a protection, I suppose, percentage-wise. But I think the biggest protection in that is, you know, if you had a cold or a flu, you know, it would stop a lot of that stuff from getting out when you sneeze. Yeah. Not, definitely not, even close to 100%. But, you know, better than nothing, I suppose. For the same reason, let's say, a surgeon would use a mask, let's say, when operating, you know. I got COVID once, and it was when it was at the end, of last year. Never, thank goodness, I never got that. I have a huge extended family, and I think only one member got that. A nephew of mine. No, he was a big, strong guy. Or is, sorry, I should say. And he's had pneumonia, flus, everything. And he said it was horrible. It was the worst. It was worse than pneumonia. Much worse. But then, you know, from what I've been hearing from other people, you know, they tend to... It tends to be kind of more severe on some people and less severe at others. And it doesn't seem to have anything got to do with age, you know. I had it 2 times. Oh my. Without. Oh my. Horrible. I had the worst headache you could imagine. Oh my. No taste and smell either. Horrible. Oh, horrible. Yeah. Okay, I suppose. Well, it's never okay to get something like that, but let's say much more acceptable in a way if you're young. You know, you're strong. But if you're quite old, let's say, and had breathing problems and, you know, other problems as well, you know, something like that, I can see how it could be serious. The same could be said for even the common cold or flu, you know. But that one is a little bit more harsh, you know. Yeah, and that would be the best way, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would.
Give me just a moment, and I'll have this open.
Lost Legends, we've already done that one. La la la. La 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 la. We're here to take this junk. There we go. Of course we're here to kill everyone. La la la. Tons of wine. We are looking for skill books. There's a couple of nice little books here I want to take as well. You know, for decoration. Pretty unique ones. Yeah. I would probably do the same. I'd say if I got COVID, it would obviously take more of a toll on me, you know, than a younger person. You don't get the flu jab. Yeah, I never get the flu jab. I know I probably should, you know.
Corruption, the source of Dawnstar's woe. We must reach the inner sanctum and destroy it. Come, there's no time to lose.
Oh, you would get the flu jab. Yeah, well, we've got to get through this junk here. Now we'll get a little bit of practice here. As far as I know. Well, we don't have to worry about that guy because he's essential for the entire quest. Well, I don't want to hit him too much in case he bugs out. It's always dodgy enough using destruction on these guys. There. Right. Now, he finds out he can do nothing with this. We go back and we kill some other guys down here. But if you hit him too many times, he can turn on you as well.
Damn it! The priest must have activated this barrier when the miasma was released.
I'm eating beef, potato, carrot, and onion stew. Love it, one of my favorite. Oh, that sounds good, Colt. Oh, hi, Jake. Yeah, this one is pretty interesting. Yeah, it is. And how have you been? Well, I hope.
Impossible, actually. I wonder. There may be a way to bypass the barrier, but I must check their library and confirm it can be done.
You seem to know an awful lot about this
I
place.
suppose there's no point in concealing the truth any longer. My knowledge of this temple comes from personal experience. I was a priest of Vermina.
Really? Yeah. Well, basically, once you get to Dawnstar, you know, once you go inside the inn, you can pick it up. The thing about this quest is, you know, until you do this quest, you're not going to get a chance to buy the Heartfire home from Dawnstar. But it's the one built pretty close to Whiterun. Yeah. Yeah. Why keep it a secret?
The temple. I fled. I left my brothers and sisters here to die.
But yeah, there is a good few missable quests.
Redemption for Mara. And by her benevolence, I will right my wrongs.
Alright, I'm ready.
I still have my key to the library.
This is where we start doing saves in case we hit this guy too many times. There it is.
Lore holds that the skull of corruption holds a constant hunger for the memory.
But after this we get to buy the other spot. We'll just make a kind of shack there until we finish. I think we only need something like Something silly. 5 gold horns
What one does with these
to finish the second one.
conjecture.
And then we can start on the new one. For that we'll need a lot of junk. That would be fun. Right.
The skull needs to be destroyed as soon as possible.
Right, this way. Don't bug out on me. Yeah, we need him to open the door up here. He's never bugged out at me. He got a bit iffy one time. And then I hit him a couple of smacks and he kind of came around.
It's just up here.
There we go.
Be careful.
Yeah.
To find more of the awakened within.
Yeah, there's a few in here, alright. About half a dozen. Maybe a dozen. Here, let me do this. No. You see how the lightning only has minimum damage? I'll show you why. There we go. We've got a 92% resistance on that from just one enchantment. And that's about the best you're gonna get from this game. Vanilla-wise. And that's including the armor from the Dawnguard DLC. That's the best I could ever squeeze from this game. Oh, yeah, I've never had this one bug out, you know.
I'll see you burn.
Okay, he's taking too long. He's taking too long. There. Ooh! That's one dead guy. We'll check the books after. Now, there's a few more guys down here to kill. Yeah, let me through here. How do we get down again? I think there's a stairway. Here it is. There's a few more guys down here. I don't want to lose too many books, but I don't think there's much anyway. Now, I'll tell you what we'll do with this guy. We'll take him out. Hey, now, come on, guys. There. Best way to deal with those mages. But once you have a good resistance, these guys are way easier than the warriors.
Perhaps we can locate the information I need.
Did you use the ring and stuff from the Raven Rock quest? No. No. Oh yeah, do you mean the armor? No, the armor would be better. It gave me about let me see, what was it? 85 in it. It gave me 4% on my enchanting. Plus, let's say after I refixed that up, it gave me 4% on my costume. And then when I'm using the potion wearing the armor, it gives me an extra 10, so about another 14%. Yeah. It was kind of awkward because, you know, after making the potions, then you've got to put the armor on to get that boost, that 10%. But it only did that on my character. For the followers and that, you know, the lesser one was okay. You know, because there's a It's a bit awkward doing it, you know. I'm going to lurk once I record some voice over my new mic. No problem. And thanks for lurking and stopping by, Court. I appreciate it. Have a good one, and take care, Court. Bye. What am I looking
We're
for?
looking for a book of alchemical recipes called The Dream Straw.
Yeah.
The
I know
coat
exactly
bears
where it
the
is.
likeness of Vermina on the cover.
We'll get that in a minute. This is kind of interesting, this quest, alright. There, now.
If you'll check the shelves,
But before we do that, we'll just
I'll check around the lower
collect this junk and see. Well, I'm looking for skill books. I don't think there's any here, but we'll have a look. I usually go down and kill the guys down here so he's not in the way, because he's always in the way. Now the book is back up there where we came from, right there. So what I want to do, let me see what this is. Okay, get a little bit of lock picking here. I have no perks on this. We'll have to go in a little later and sort that one out. No problem, Court. And have a good one. I've never played Elden Ring. No. I'm sure the game is great, you know, but I've never liked games like that, you know, Elden Ring and stuff like that, where now my son's played, you know, where you kind of go from boss to boss to boss. I've always liked slower paced games, you know, where you can kind of go out and explore and, you know, do stuff like that. I know you can do it, let's say, in Elden Ring, but it's all kind of geared up, you know, to literally to go from boss to boss. So it's never really appealed to me. But that's not saying it's not a great game. It's just not my kind of game, you know. Yeah, I like the Dark Souls thing. You know, we all have different types of games we like. There we go. Now, I'll go down and kill these guys down here. Now these guys we should be able to use our destruction.
Hello? Who's there? It's nothing.
Okay. I could always do with more magic, but what can we do?
Puny weakling.
Oh, for God's sake.
Surrounded. Fall back.
Okay, there's 3 of them anyway. There's like a ton of them. I just wanted to get those guys out of the way. Oh, the guy gets in the way. There's an absolute ton of them in there. Right, we'll give it a shot. Now, I might get these guys out this way because I think the stuff that I want to get here and using the magic will just scatter everything.
Kill them!
the defilers! That your best? Huh?
There, that's everyone gone. Now, I won't pick it early, but there's some potions there that we need later. Now, all of the enemies are gone. I'll check for the stupid books a little later. I'm not really worried about the ingredients. I'm not sure if there's a skill book here. I thought there was. Right, let's go back and get him his junk, but all of the baddies are gone. So we'll be able to move this on a lot quicker. Now, is there actually a skill book here? Let me see. Or even an interesting book. That's the guy we killed up top. Yeah, the Vermina robes are interesting. I don't think they've got hoods, so they will look decent on the mannequins. No, I don't think there's anything. I'm not taking that rubbish. You can pick that up anywhere. No, okay, I've given up on those kind of books. Right. How are we getting up here? Here, let's go over and get that book. That one we'll be keeping. I keep all the quest books. And this is kind of interesting book. Oh, hang on. There might actually be a skill book here. Let me see. It's been a while. It's been a while. Aha. Nope. I will eventually keep quest related books, but not that junk. And that's a pretty sweet looking book. We got to keep that one. Although it is not worth a lot, but it looks good. And it is an original. It's unique. That's all I require. No skill books. Okay. Now, then he'd bring us down here. We'd meet those guys, but we took them out of the way, so we can carry on with our little quest. I did several playthroughs where I collected every book in the game and read them. They're kind of interesting.
Yes, mate. Let me take a look. Mara be praised. There is a way
Yeah,
past the barrier
several
to
times.
Sanctum. It involves
Storing them is a nightmare.
known as Vermina's
Now,
Torment.
if there was a mod for a library for every book in the game, and some way, let's say, of lighting up the books you need, you see, the problem is you can't remember them all, so you kind of collect them and throw them all into a bar, and then remove the excess. That was the hardest part. Yeah, about 3 times ever I've done it, I think. But a mod for a library would be ideal.
Yes. The torpor grants an ability the priests of Vermina called the Dream Stride, using dreams to travel distances in the real world.
Oh, good evening, Big. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Now it's starting to get a little warm here, guys, so I'll get rid of this for a moment. That's amazing.
Quite amazing, yes. Alchemy and the blessings
So
of
what have you been up to, Big?
distilled down into a
We're getting rid of the stage request, so it will clear the way for the last hard for our home.
function in person.
So we might clean up all the little quests here in Dawnstar and just get out. Just stopping by. Nice. And thanks for stopping by to say hi. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, Big. Oh, you're doing good. Nice, that's good to hear. Now, I'm going to be your test subject then.
As a sworn priest of Mara, the elixir won't work for me. The torpor will only...
Oh yeah, like a kind of Grimoire.
or the
Yeah,
unfazed.
that's the one with the ghost, the lich, isn't it? But I found in Oblivion, Run Rain, especially in the dungeons, you get some sweet stuff, you know? Stuff that, let's say, you couldn't forge or something like that. Yeah, you get some good stuff in the dungeons. Not so much in this, but you better, obviously better feed them with the crafting, you know? Yeah, I remember that one. I forget the name of the quest. But you kill those ghosts. Yeah. You get that ring, it's in that coffin, isn't it, in the sack?
All believe there is a laboratory in the East Wing. If we proceed there, we should be able to locate a sample.
There's pretty good stories there, baby. Ugh. Sorry, excuse me. Alright, go on.
Listen, Terry, the skull needs to be destroyed as soon as possible. Now that they've been dealt with, we need to find the torpor. It should be in
Okay.
a small bottle. Very similar
We
to
just took
potion.
a little step of removing those guys. That's why we've got to do the second one. There it is.
The torpor should be in a tall bottle with dark liquid. If you find
And he just stays here now. Otherwise, he just stays down there. We have to wait for him to walk back. Is he following us? He still is. Now the torpor is just down here. We bring it back. We drink it. We do a kind of run where we're someone else and can't be killed. It's just a matter of knowing where you're going. We open the door from the other side and then mysteriously it opens here. Now the torpor is down here. There it is. Now we could have gotten it down here last time, but I was kind of afraid I might bug it out. Oh, I think that's everything. Give me the cash. Yeah, we're good. That doesn't actually open down there. Something that would be handy in our homes. Always found the lighting to be a bit iffy. Yeah, I don't want to connect too much of this junk. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff here, alright. But not for us. Right, let's go see this guy. Right.
Yes, my son. What is it I can help with?
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. You go to the guy, he's in the inn, isn't it? Yeah. And you buy that house from him. And then they kind of spam you back to him again. Yeah, where spirits have lease.
I'm relieved you discovered a bottle intact. This place looks as though it was ransacked by the orcs.
Now let me get something to drink while this guy is yapping away.
I've taken us this far, but you need to guide us the rest of the way. Drink.
Here, now.
Dawnstar's fate rests in that tiny bottle. The longer we wait, the more damage Vermina could be doing to those poor people. I understand your hesitation, but I promise you that it works.
Okay. Now. Yeah, okay, we'll just drink it. Items, potion. Where is it anyway? There it is.
Still
Hey.
have much to do.
I didn't know we could actually drop that. Ha!
The orcs have breached the inner
There we go.
Brother Baron.
We must
And basically we just gotta find a way out. I know the way quite well. Now, If I could just pause this for a minute, guys, while I check on my doggos. I shan't be a moment. Just be a second.
Have no choice.
There we go.
The
They're
miasma
okay.
must be released.
Yeah, just gotta keep a check on them. They're getting quite old.
It's the will of their people. And what about you, Brother Casimir? Are you prepared to serve the will of their Mina?
Okay.
It's decided. Brother Casimir, you must activate the barrier and release the miasma. Let nothing stop you. Brother Thoric, we must remain here to guard this skull with our lives if necessary.
Agreed to the death.
Then let it be done. Farewell, my brothers.
Yeah, we meet these two guys in the end, actually. No, it's actually down here. We don't get hit. And let's see if I can remember the way. I remember the first time I did this. You can't really interact with anything. And I think we go this way. And this will be quite quick. We go up the stairs. And we go around this way. Here. And it's just right down here. Oh, I think this is the way anyway. Yeah, this is the one. This can get a little iffy sometimes.
Just give up. You can't win. I'll gut you like
Yeah, that's it. We got it. There we go. And now we're here. And we just take that. That's powering up that. Oh no, hang on. Maybe not. Okay, it is. There we go, guys. That's it. And now we've got to come down here. And then we just fight our way through. There's two guys in the end. We kill those. And then we have a decision. The Daedric Lord wants us to kill him. We can keep the staff. He wants to destroy the staff. Usually I keep the staff. But this time, we're going to save him. Yeah. For a change. Oh yeah, I'm big into the Witcher games. I came from The Witcher 3 to Valheim. And from Valheim to Starfield and Starfield to here. And eventually get back to them again. A great game. Yeah, I love this story. CD Projekt have always done a decent story. Very good. A lot of detail. I think they're very good. Very humorous. Yeah, yeah. I've dabbled in the books a bit as well. But well written, you know. And more of an RPG than this, in a sense of consequences and decisions and that, you know, you're not kind of stuck on a path where you've got to kind of follow it through step by step. You only get a kind of illusion of free will.
It worked. Mara be praised. You vanished after drinking the torpor and materialized on the other side.
The Witcher 3 is an awesome game. They're doing a remake on the first one. I think coming across the consoles as well, which kind of seems like good news until you find out that, let's say, they're not actually doing it, they're giving license to another crowd. And I don't know. What they said was kind of worrying. They said they would, let me see, and I'm paraphrasing here. They said they would make it more up to date, but that wasn't even a worrying part. They basically said something like, cut out the bad parts, kind of thing, and that's it, So the guy was, I think that might be a bit, I don't even know, it might be a bit woke, they might kind of make it a bit woke, so I don't think it's going to be much
We
good.
must get to the skull and destroy it. How I envy you. I can only imagine the excitement of seeing history through the eyes of another. Sadly, I am resigned to just reading of its wonders through my research of the skull.
But maybe now, the way things have been changing, let's say, Disney got a big shock. They lost a lot of money with kind of bland stuff. They were running out, so they sacked their CEO, the guy in charge of that, to kind of get back on track to the classics, Games and movies and that are starting to dabble in the kind of popular politics, and it's kind of literally ruined them, I tried to play Witcher 1 after I read the books. Yeah. Well, for its time it would have been okay. But trying to play it now, oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, you see, the way I look at it, Run and Rain, the ideologies they follow, they don't even like them or believe them themselves. But I think by doing that, let's say, and ruining the certain lore and story of games or movies, that, huge chunks of people will start buying their drivel and junk. They literally think that's what the majority want. Just because, over the past 5-10 years, let's say, a lot of people have been kind of going down that path, usually taking offense where none is intended, and basically just drawing attention to themselves. And I think that's the real reason. And these idiots think that this is a good opportunity to make money. You know what I mean? And they think that even, I don't even think they support that kind of thought, But they think they can smell a buck from it. And they've been horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. Yes, they've ruined a lot of stuff. They've absolutely trashed The Witcher. I don't know where they get these. Writing is a big problem in Hollywood now. And it's been for a while. But it's only lately now it's starting to kind of drift over to games as well. I don't know if it's the current generation we're dealing with, or I think it's corporate thinking that it's a big thing, And I don't think that they would even believe the nonsense and stuff, or kind of subscribe to it. I think it's just a money grab. But hopefully, let's say with Disney stocks going down to 50%, and I think they're in the bag for 2 billion or something. Hopefully that will slap them back to reality, and they'll start making the games that everyone likes. Trying to cater to just a tiny minority of your audience, you're gonna fail, And thanks for following. Let me see, I get my reading glasses for this, guys. Dr. Barbara. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. Guessing that DOR is short for Doctor. Hello, first time on Twitch. How's the game? Well, Skyrim, I would be a bit biased. Skyrim is my favourite game, although I haven't played it for about a year and a half because I was kind of burning out, but really enjoying this playthrough. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my eyesight is not the greatest. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah. So, Doctor, how's that? Yeah, we're doing. You're familiar with Skyrim, I assume. So we're doing an Imperial playthrough. So basically, I've got to get through the game in vanilla Imperial armor, which is not as hard as it sounds. Oh, that's good. But we've done a ton of restrictions as well. We're playing this on Legendary, obviously. But we cannot buy anything that would help our character, so we cannot buy soul gems, ingots, iron, ingredients, that kind of stuff. So that was a bit of a problem. So we had to farm the Dwemer runes for soul gems, but we got what we needed. We 100%ed. Most of them were just left with lockpick and destruction. You know what pain destruction is in vanilla. With the vanilla spells, pretty hard. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I needed to kind of change it up a bit. So we've got to mine, hunt and do stuff like that, and grow our own stuff. But we're kind of past that now, to be honest. Just maybe a little bit of mining left. And pretty much the same with the hardfire homes. We're not paying to get them done. I will make exceptions for certain things like ornamental stuff and one-off stuff. So in dungeons we can take whatever we want. But on the outside, in people's homes and on the map, we can only take from containers. Containers obviously being dead bodies as well. But we cannot buy stuff for our character. Playing Oblivion survival mode. Self-imposters to make it fun again. Oblivion is a great game, yeah. So that kind of gave it a bit of a Valheim kind of twist, where you would be pretty weak, you'd need some stuff, and you kept pushing forward in dungeons you shouldn't be in, to just grab as much as you can, making yourself a little bit more powerful, and then coming back and clearing the dungeon. But now we're pretty much maxed on this guy. I've even used the set of armor from the Dawnguard DLC. That gave me about 12 to 14%, let's say, on enchantments using that. I beat Skyrim as blind as myself, man, with insane conjuration. Nice. So that's where we've been going on this.
It worked. Mara be praised. You vanished after drinking the torpor and materialized on the other side. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll have to spam this.
I am resigned to... Indeed. The inner sanctum lies ahead. We must
There.
reach the skull and put an end to Dawn's
Now,
troubles.
I've cleaned every guy from here. So, this will be a little slower than usual because I've got to take out destruction. So we'll be using that one mostly. But I don't use any cheats or exploits. That would just kill the game for me. Okay. She didn't last long. And we'll grab any junk we can here. Oh, sugar.
Kill the defilers!
We'll waste this up for a while. But if you're playing as a mage in this on Legendary, probably the most important perk you'll take is that impact on destruction. Yeah, that gives you some breathing room when you're using magic. Oh, hi Scantron. And how have you been? Well, I hope. That's the one where that kind of coward runs out on his mates. Yeah. You know the one for the staff? Was it Vermina? Yeah, you know that staff? The bad dreams? And it kind of clears the way and Dawn Star for to get that Heartfire home. Yeah. As a vampire. I've never liked playing as a vampire, especially in Oblivion, because of the daylight doing a lot of damage. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be working at night mostly. Yeah, that would be interesting. I'm going to fall asleep to this. I've got to get up at, oh my, 4:25 a.m. Oh. Yeah, so you're obviously in the US. It's after 5 for me. So, yeah, it's probably, what's it for you? Probably around midnight, yeah. And thanks for stopping by, Doctor. I appreciate it and following. I hope you have a good rest and I hope you have a great day. Take care and stay safe. Bye. I'm relaxing and dozing off. No problem. No problem. Have a good one and stay safe. Of course, yeah. Doing well. Nice. Just got back from driving some cargo from Florida to Texas. Nice. Quite a trip. Had some nice barbecue. Yeah, I'd love some barbecue. When you were in Austin, Texas. Nice. No problem. And I appreciate that. And thanks for lurking, Doctor. Good night. Have a good one. And I hope you have a wonderful day. Stay safe. I've never liked vampire. No, just couldn't get into the vamp. I like the werewolf because it's kind of low maintenance. You do the werewolf thing, and you get the 100% disease resistance. Okay, you might get the odd comment from the guards about smelling like a dog, but out from that, yeah, it's pretty cool. And then you kind of fit in a little bit better with the companions as well. Yeah, it's not too bad in Skyrim, but it's an absolute nightmare in Oblivion. Has Oblivion still got that glitch as a vampire you can do some more powerful potions, enchanting potions? Yeah, I think it might have. You get that 6-7% more as a vampire. I remember, let's say, going as a vampire, making up a ton of potions, and then, let's say, getting it cured, and then, having those potions to fall back in. Yeah. I think it might still be there. BGS are not renowned for fixing their bugs or glitches. And I'm not even sure if it is a glitch, to be honest. Yeah. It is silly, silly guy. Get out of my... Legendary, aren't they, for getting in the way? I must have taken some potion. things we do for destruction in this game, you know that? Unbelievable. Okay, I'm getting sick of this guy. No destruction or not, let's just take him out. There we go. Now, relax there, guy, for 1 second. We just have a look here. I don't want to do this on the way out, so I want to kind of give it a search now. Let's see. Yeah, that's good. Okay, we got anything we're getting. It's horribly slow destruction, isn't it? Absolutely. Oblivion was hilarious in how it handled. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Morrowind. Yeah, I never played Morrowind. Unbelievable, isn't it? It reminds me of that one in Oblivion. You know that one you gotta swim a lot for? What was that called again? Aerobics, wasn't it, or something? Yeah, I think it was called aerobics or something like that. I timed that out in real time swimming. I think it took 72 hours to max that one. That was horrible. Horrible that was. Athletics, that's the one, yeah. Yeah, in real time. Yeah, in real time. That's, let's say, you know, putting your guy, you know that ring we used to get from that quest for water breathing? Just pop that on, hop into Imperial City in one of those little ponds, get a rubber band on your controller, watch a few movies. Yeah, it was ridiculous. I think it was something like 60 or 70 hours or something. Yeah. That was back in the old days. It's a pity I couldn't do something like that with destruction.
Time to end this little game.
Time to end this little game.
It's your best. Nothing. No win. That's it. That's all you got. Get off, guy. I cannot best you.
Okay, we got him out of the way. Now, let me just work on this guy a little bit. You used to do that too, the rubber band, yeah? Yeah, the rubber band. Just walking him into a wall, yeah. Yeah, that's how brutal that one was. Let me see. Oh, we don't want to be searching that. We'll just take the obvious. That's the way we're going, is it? Yeah. I just feel like I haven't done this unless I... You'll take everything. Right. Let's go. Relax, guy, for 1 second. This guy just doesn't want to give me a chance to search this place. I don't think there's a lot here anyway.
Yes. Just a crack. That's your best, huh? Yeah, fight a done murder.
benevolence of Mara.
There, he's dead. Now, let's go. That guy was hiding away there in the corner, wasn't he? Alright, I think we're pretty good now. That's where we came in, so let's keep going. These are the guys we passed on the way out.
Take heed, they've awakened.
Okay. Just get rid of the wooden plate. There we go. I can kill these guys pretty easy, but you know, we're trying to get this stupid destruction out. There. Okay, let's see how we're doing. God, we'll never get that done. So, what's next for your Skyrim character? Well, we'll finish maxing them out. We'll get all the houses in the game, fill them full of followers, fix them up, clear every dungeon, do every quest. And, yeah, it should be an achievement in this game, you know, to manage to get every quest done without them bugging out. But I pretty much know every workaround in this game. We had a couple of close calls with some of them. That one, let's say, in Unearthed, you know that one where we got the armor, the enchanting armor. Yeah, that was pretty buggy, but we managed to get through it. I know most of the little workarounds in this engine. So basically clear every dungeon, max our character, get every follower, house them, get all our houses. Well, not every dungeon can be cleared, but about 95% of them. You know, they'll just never show up as cleared. And get every quest done. Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. And then I'll have to decide what to play next. I have a few DLCs that I didn't finish. The one Ragnarok from that I didn't even start. I got them on sale there a while back. The Ragnarok one from Valhalla, and another stupid DLC from Greedfall. I might look into those to get the last of my achievements from those two games. But I really need a PC, guys, because the games on Xbox now, you know, they're absolutely rubbish. So, if I could get my spare room cleared of all the rubbish that, you know, other people in the family have filled it with, that would be something. And then I'll get myself some kind of PC and try some other games. Lots of games I want to try. And I can Shrouded and End Roll, and I'm sure there's tons of other games on PC I'd like to play. Because I'm not prepared to wait another decade for a couple of games that I consider to be okay. You know? I'm not exaggerating. I've literally wasted... Well, in the last decade, games I've wanted to play on Xbox. Valheim, but that was a surprise coming to Xbox. Witcher 3, obviously. And Starfield was an absolute dumpster fire. That was a big disappointment. Now, let's go. Oh yeah, this is the one, guys. This is where we get the two bosses. And this is where we save this guy. We'll let him destroy the stuff. Yeah, there's the two guys. Remember those two guys?
You're alive.
Hmm.
No thanks to you, Cat.
Oh yeah,
I no longer use that name.
yeah,
I'm Miranda, priest of Mara.
yeah. I think that's coming out soon.
Traitor. You left us to
Yeah.
die and then ran before the miasma took you.
Oh hi, Mighty. And how have you been? Yeah, I'll consider that.
Enough of your lies.
I consider that one all right.
Can't allow you to destroy the skull, priest of Mara.
Pretty good on you. And what have you been up to, Mighty? How have you been? We'll mess about a little bit. I think I might kill these guys quickly. No, I'm wasting my time. I'll get them this way, guys. I've got too many wards. But they're pretty strong.
Vermina, forgive me.
Okay, let's kill the other guy.
I'll see you burn.
The staff is pretty cool. It's a pity we couldn't get our follower and the staff as well, but I think I'll go for the follower this time. Oh, that's good to hear, Mighty. Playing a lot of random games and Metal Gear Solid. Nice. Nice. You play on PC, don't you, Matty? Yeah, I've been playing a long time now on Xbox, and you know the games on Xbox, you know, the whole console thing, it's gone too much into looter shooters and, you know, all these kind of online games, you know. There's a lot more variety, you know, and better deals. Lots of games I would like to play on PC, but, you know, can't do it with console. So, I think eventually I'll have to make the switch. There's only so long you can play your favourite games, you know, from console. As I was saying to the guys just a moment ago, the only games I really enjoyed playing on console over the last decade was Witcher 3 and Valheim. Yeah. There's lots of good games on PC. And there's only so much you can play your favourite games for, you know. And then you kind of need a break again for a while.
How could you, Arender?
Now, let's save this here.
Knew that.
Now basically you get a choice. Kill him and you can have the staff, or let him destroy the staff, and he's basically a follower. So I think we'll go with the latter this time. Try out War Thunder. Ah, take another tank mile or two away. Oh, the kind of tank games, I've seen those, yeah. They're very online, aren't they? 500 meters. TV wall. Oh, nice. We had no choice.
Yes, you're right. If they needed to die so that Dawn
That's like kind of World of Tanks, isn't it?
worth the price. It's time. The skull must be destroyed. If you'll stand back, I'll perform the ritual granted to me by Lady Mara. First, an incantation to remove the barrier.
Yes, yes. That's, and to be honest, Mighty, you know, we can't trust these so-called AAA studios, or if you want to take in the PR from Ubisoft, the quadruple A. They're making some really, really bad games. Horrible, buggy mess. Stupid games. And they're getting more and more expensive. And even that's not an issue. The quality of the games are a big issue. The smaller companies now seem to be, you know, doing the best job. You know, making really good games and reasonably priced. And the indie developers are, in my opinion, making much better stuff. You know, than the AAA. The AAA stuff now, that's all corrupted. You know, it's all the money thing. And the games are horrible. Yeah. Once they started changing the hook, you know, the kind of assassin, it's less and less. I can understand them going a little bit more mainstream to bring in some new players, but they've been... To call them greedy would be an understatement. They're absolutely shameless. Absolutely shameless. You know, buying your season pass And then let's say they're coming out with another DLC and saying, oh no, this is not a DLC, so everyone has to pay. And charging, what, €40 for it? Nah. No, that's the last time they're catching me. It is, yeah. There's a lot of games on PC as well that Microsoft wouldn't do a backward compatible thing on. And they're still available on PC. Wouldn't mind giving some of those old ones a go again. They were pretty interesting, But yeah, I think if you're serious about playing games, especially if you have a lot of time, you can only really do it on PC, which is a shame. I was hoping with these so-called next generation consoles, we'll be getting the kind of smaller file PC games, but no, doesn't seem to be happening. And the best about PC, there's none of this stupid console thing, where it's an exclusive on this one, but you can't get it on that one. You pretty much get everything on PC, That's immune from that. So you get the best of both worlds there as well. Yeah, to be honest, I think the whole console thing might be dying. Well, for the older gamers at least. It'll always be an option, I suppose, for younger players. But the rubbish they've been coming out with for the past decade or so, not much good. It's dominated by... console is dominated by the larger studios, and they've been doing some really horrible games, Very soothing. Oh, why thank you, Doctor. I appreciate that. And you too. And stay safe. And take care. Bye. Yeah. World of Tanks is where each tank, like an RPG, has a pool of hill points. War Thunder. If a tank gets hit at the right spot, it might be one shot, one unkill. It's fun in World of Tanks. Has a guy who... yeah, really. Go to the tank museums and talk, climb around. The tanks portrayed. Oh, so you can interact a bit more. I get you. That seems cool. Right, okay. Now we're not going to kill this guy. Not for a staff. I got my achievements about 4 months after this game was released, so it's not a problem. And in vanilla, there's nowhere to put these properly. The masks. I could never understand that. You get mods with houses that would have, you could display these masks. But yeah, there's if you look at any game really, a tiny bit of effort, it could have been improved so much more. And that's basically, the smaller developers, especially the indie guys, they kind of pour a lot into their games, making them as good as possible. Obviously trying to be a success. There was a time when these big companies were the same. But once they started raking in the money, and, in gaming, guys, there's a lot of money. There's a lot of money, And, once they get too successful, you got the stock market, you got investors and all of that stuff. And then that's really, where the rot sets in. And then they're all about making as much money as possible, sacking staff, overworking, not getting decent writers, goes on forever, cutting corners, all of that stuff. And then I suppose, there's a lot of different agendas now and kind of ideologies. And I suppose they'll try and pander to those, losing a massive part of their base because of it. It's just all about the money, Oh, well, I wouldn't mind that in a sense, I've lived my life and I'm not working anymore. And that would be from me. But I can understand if you're still working in that. I'm retired. And my son has a lot of colleagues who are kind of in the business, you know what I mean? So, I would get a PC probably, You know, maybe even up to 40% less probably than someone else. You know, he's got a lot of contacts. He did ask me a while back. He had a friend who was massively into gaming, had more money than sense, you know, one of those friends. But he built his own PC, and it was like ridiculously over the top PC. I think it cost about 8.5 grand, and it was about 4 months old. But whatever happened, he needed to get rid of it. I think he needed to go somewhere or whatever. But my son approached me and said if I was looking for a PC, he could get me a really good one, you know. But apparently he left it to my son. You know, they were friends, so obviously he did him a deal. I think he wanted something like 2 grand or something for it. I think it was only 3-4 months old, barely used, you know. To get the parts and put it together, it would cost well over 8 grand. Now that would have been a good investment. Something like that you could buy, and even if you didn't want to use it, you could sell and at least double your money. But when he said PC, he didn't explain it properly. Even though I didn't want one, I would have probably making the switch then for such a deal. And then when I told him a couple of months ago I was going to probably get a PC, and then he said, oh, I could have gotten one the other day, and then he explained. I said, well, he didn't really tell me that then, you know. So, yeah, that was a once-in-a-lifetime, I think, opportunity. But yeah, probably pick up something, you know. I wouldn't be rushing into it, you know, but yeah. But for around 2 grand, I'd say you'd get a decent PC, you know. But why give 2 grand for a decent one if you can get an opportunity where you get a really good one like that? It would be a good investment. Yeah, about 2k, about 1800. I was looking them up. But wouldn't it be nice to fall on something worth 4 times that for the same money? You'd feel a lot more comfortable paying out that much cash then. Yeah. Has to talk about tanks and the story of himself. Nice. Yeah, US Army now. Reservist tanks. He was a colonel in the National Guard nowadays. YouTube channel called Chieftain's Hatch. Nice. No problem, Scantron. Yeah, about the 2 grand mark. Depending. You know, about 1500 to about 2 grand. So we'll let this guy live.
I call upon you, Lady Mara. The skull hungers. It yearns for memories and leaves nightmares in its wake. Grant me the power to break through this.
Yeah, but yeah, not exactly cheap.
Skull to the depths of oblivion.
He's deceiving you. When the ritual's complete, the skull will be free, and then Arender will turn on you.
Oh, will he turn on us?
Quickly,
Maybe that's why I kill him, guys.
Kill him.
No.
and leave the
We can
skull
reload.
alone.
I forget this.
Commands you.
I don't think he turns on us. Okay. We'll see if he turns on us. Maybe he does. If that's the case, I'm killing him and taking the staff. Okay, we'll see. I think she's lying. I usually just kill him and take the staff, you know. Years ago I bought a laptop for 700 in the sales and played Cyberpunk with all my settings all the way down. Ah.
Forgive me if I don't appear relieved. This
Oh.
temple has taken its toll on me.
Are you going to be alright?
I believe I will. I'd
Okay,
constructed
so-
a meager shrine to Mara in the antechamber where we entered.
I see.
My
So she was lying to us,
intention was
actually.
for years here, burying the past and praying for forgiveness. But instead, I wish to offer my services to you. If you ever wish to do
Yeah,
it,
she lied.
I'll be here.
Right. Thank
There's
you.
no need to thank me.
No, we'll give him as a follower now. I want to drop him somewhere safe.
Everyone should be thanked. It
But
should
we'll
be
have to start getting some houses shortly, you know that. I don't know where I'm going to put all these guys.
Azura's wisdom. Let's not waste any time.
And I'm kind of sorry for getting it. I've seen a modded house, guys, and it had a ridiculous amount of beds. I think something like 200 beds. Really ridiculous one. I'm sorry now I didn't get that. You know, you could dump a ton of followers on that, but maybe 200 was a bit much.
Mara, protect us both. Running out of room, eh? I'll be glad to help.
There.
I'm ready.
Okay, I just want to get him out of here. I can leave him at one of my hardfire homes. I'll have to start getting houses
This
shortly.
has been my home for most of my life.
There's not a ton of followers anyway, so it shouldn't be too bad.
I assure you.
But yeah, he didn't turn on us. Oh, hang on. He destroyed the staff. Obviously, it's not there. Would you believe I never actually checked? Yeah, let's have a look. I just have a quick look. Yeah. Pity we can't have both. It was a decent enough ornament, but it was really naff when you put it on a rack, because it would always go sideways. It looked horrible. Ah, it's no loss. Come on, you better be worth the staff. Let's get out of here. Not long ago, upgrading or getting a decent game PC got a bit pricey because of data miners. We're buying up all the graphics cards, really. Been able to at least run Cyberpunk, yeah. See, that was the beauty too of console, Scantron. You know, 700, let's say, in a sale on a PC, and it could barely run Cyberpunk, where, you know, most of the stuff was optimized for console. You know, you didn't have that problem. And, you know, it's just really just played, you know, especially when you're streaming, it's pretty simple on a console. I think for a while PC will be a nightmare for me. I'll eventually get around to Cyberpunk, yeah. I was disappointed when they pulled that fast one on launch, to be honest. I used to have a lot of trust in them. But I suppose, you know, if Todd deserves multiple chances, they deserve one as well. But I've always known their stories are pretty good. They're kind of non-existent now in BGS games, to be honest. Now let's get rid of this guy. I'll have to drop him out at Windstad for a little while at least, until we find him some digs. No, it's the usual. Oh, hang on. There, I know we were running some kind of disease. Now I'll save here. We'll drop him at Windstad. I'll sell this junk, and then we'll return. And then the guy should sell us the house. We do that, and then we come back and we get the Tane stuff. We do that and get our house, Carol. Right, let's sell this junk, guys. Okay. We've got a lot of junk to sell, but at least that's out of the way. Oh yeah, they've always done mighty. They've always done great stories. Yeah, and that's her strongest suit. Yeah, even that, for most people, would have been acceptable. I think what really put the nail in their coffin, Mike and Mighty, is when the CEO came out and said it ran surprisingly well on last gen console, when in fact it was unplayable. Even on new gen, it was unplayable, and even on PC. I think, it was so blatant, you know, but it was horrible. I suppose, I don't know why they pushed forward. It seems madness now looking back in retrospect. But that was probably the worst game ever released in the state it was in. I would imagine, you'd think to see the founders of that, I probably, they might have been misled. It's hard to know. But it was definitely, they pushed it forward because of money. Yeah, the amount of PR on that game was unbelievable, which was strange. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. That really did it, But if I remember, let's say it was such a disaster that I think the Polish government got involved, because apparently the revenue they bring into the country is, it's a good bit, and they said something, and I'm paraphrasing here, that unless they got the game fixed properly, they would fine him something like $1 million a week or something. Oh yeah, it got pretty political, I wonder, I found that strange, where guys from government would get involved. Yeah, you know, maybe they thought it hurt their reputation, but no, I don't think so. If they thought it would hurt the country's reputation, because, if that's the case, you know, there's a lot of other countries who would be pretty badly off. Hmm. Yeah, I never played it. I never even watched the ending. I didn't watch it much because I'll eventually get round to playing it, so I didn't want to watch any spoilers. But that's the way it is now, guys. No matter how much you trust the company, no matter how good the game is, that's the way I feel about games now. That unless you play it about 3 or 4 years after release, you're not going to have a good experience. Well, that will show you how the game industry has, gone over the last decade or so, the kind of confidence that's lost on getting a decent game. I would say, do you know what happened there? Runner rate. And Eastern European countries are legendary for this. There's a lot of government guys that would have a lot of investments in that. And I think, there was a lot of investments, let's say a lot of people in Poland would have invested in that company as well. You know what I mean? And they were kind of losing their stock value. And I suppose, as a kind of, get more votes kind of thing. And I would say a lot of those guys would have heavily invested there and didn't like the thought of losing their money, I would say that is more likely. It was obviously financially motivated. I first played it with the DLC, so I wouldn't know about the ending before that. To be honest. Yeah, I'd say that would be more likely. But I suppose that would be on their stock market. So once that took a hit, I'd say, the entire stock market there took a hit. And I'm just guessing that. Probably brought it down a lot. Good morning, Soul. And how have you been? Well, I hope. But that's just a guess, Not too bad, not too bad. Couldn't sleep, so I decided to do a non-scheduled stream. Better than watching TV. For about 2 days at release. I never played it since. I need to do a proper playthrough. Well, you be in the majority, I'd say, of people, let's say, that gave up after a few days. Oh, free day, so you get some time to relax. Nice. Yeah. Okay, let's sell this junk, guys. How long have I been on? Yeah, this is on schedule, so I'll stay on about 4. I'll see if I can do another hour. And then I'll try and get some sleep again. I'm starting to get tired again. But 4 hours in this and another schedule stream is not bad. Oh, a new puppy. Oh, cool. Nice. Feel different like that. Oh. Yeah, The Witcher 3 had different endings as well. So I'm not surprised they would do something like that.
Here's what I can spare.
Now, weapons. Okay, sword on the plating. What have we got? 37. You'll do. There we go. Now, let's go to the next guy. I will take these two guys down here and then we'll do the other ones. I always prefer doing this in the military camps. Less loading screens.
What do you need?
Now. Huh. Those robes. I don't know, I'll probably keep one. Yeah, I know they're definitely unique. You know? Yeah, I'll keep one. We can get a hood to match. I'll keep one. Now. There is a lot of good games, but I find them mostly on PC, Scantron. Well, the ones I like, at least.
Here's what I can spare.
As horrible, let's say, being on console when you see these games you'd really like to play, and everyone is playing them, let's say, on PC, and you know, let's say, never in a month of Sundays, you know, no matter how long you'd wait to actually come to console. Oh, pretty good on this. Yeah, we're still working on the characters. Not much to do. A little bit of lock picking and destruction. Destruction is always the last thing. You know, you finish and this is pretty tedious. You know, with using the vanilla assets from the game. Oh, hi Tigger. Yeah, pretty good. Couldn't sleep and thought I'd do a few hours of Skyrim, and I've got roughly about another hour left and I'll have 4 hours. And then I'll try and get some sleep again. So how have you been? Well, I hope. How have you been doing? Nice. Oh, they're doing a remaster on that. Cool. Yeah, we've just... Do you remember I've always killed this guy and took the staff? I decided to let him survive this time. So I'll have to dump him off somewhere. Ah, that's good to hear, Tigger. Playing Skyrim still. Yeah, Skyrim is a great game. You know, they've always ease things a bit, I suppose. Now I want one of these. And obviously, one of those. Okay, we've got rid of that junk. And that junk, and now we'll move down along here. Right, let's get out of here. Let me see if we can sell this. Oh, we better drop this guy off here in a moment. Until I find a better spot for him.
Or die well.
Yeah, we know about fighting and dying.
Keep your eyes open.
But I'm halfway through my first Skyrim. Oh, nice playthrough. But I would like them to make the DLC content obvious. That it's extra and not in the original game. Yeah. So what edition are you playing, Mighty? Are you playing the... Well, I think the only one you can get now is the special edition. So the special edition would have all of the DLCs. Yeah, but it's not exactly obvious. Let's say one of the DLCs would be just making those 3 houses, which is kind of silly for a DLC. Yeah, you've got it all then. Yeah. Don't mind that thing with Anniversary Edition. All that is a dump from Creation Club. They dump everything from the Creation Club into the game and totally spoil the game. Yeah, really make it, it really dilutes the game, you know. But yeah, that is the best one. Yeah, you'll get to make 3 houses yourself. Well, when I say make, basically just, you know, supply the stuff and pick out the design, although it's pretty limited. And then there's the Dawnguard DLC. Well, that's already on the original map, so it's just well, there is a couple of little places off that, but very small. There's just the castle and the quests and that, so that's the DLC on the original map. The Dragonborn DLC, well, that's a whole new area, but they're the only 3, I think. You know, the houses, the Dawnguard. Yeah, and I think they might have introduced a few more quests here and there already on the original map. But the Dragonborn thing will be more of an expansion, you know. Oh, that's an interesting one, yeah. In the black box, yeah. There's a couple of useful things on that. But I found in the vanilla game without mods, let's say displaying the masks you pick up and the books, there's no place to do that. It's such a pity. So you've just got to store them in a container. You can kind of pull them out and leave them on tables or try and get them into glass cases and such. But the problem is, you know, in the houses you buy, you get a kind of salary set, you know, to fix in case you drop something over. And that always messes the whole thing up, you know. If there was a way of putting them on something and making them static, you know, that would be good from a decorating point. You know, when you get these unique things, you want to display them in your homes. If you could, I always thought that was a missed opportunity. But like everything else, even in a game, you know, it's the little things, you know, that make a game.
Here's what I can spare.
Always the little things. I'll be keeping that junk. Oh yeah, I'm definitely keeping that. That is a nice, unique book for display. Really cool. Now, that's it, guys. We got everything. Right, let's drop this guy at his new home. Well, for a while until we find a better spot for him. I want to put him in with a ton of mages somewhere. We might have enough room for them, but I doubt it. We're going to take beds into consideration. Alright. Well, I'm going to drop him here for the time being. I'll come back and fix his junk later when I get time. What I tend to do with these guys... Oh, that was quick. As you can see, this guy, I dropped him off here as well. See how I pickpocket this and fix it up? Now, I couldn't with this because there's nothing to pickpocket on that guy. I did fix up that for him. Now,
I don't know
I
what
get...
persuaded you to assist me. Mara, protect us both.
Oh,
Huh? How can I argue with that?
now, let's see if it works.
I understand. We must all follow our own paths.
I don't want to overcrowd these. I want to have the exact amount of beds, which could be a problem. Nice, he's staying here. For a minute I thought he was going. See how I'll pick those later. And I'll be able to fix them up. Yeah, so he's good here. Well, at least he'll be safe inside. Now, let's dump out this junk. I really need some gold horns to finish this. So I think that's what we'll do for a while. We'll do a bit of hunting. I think I need a gold ingot over here, do we? Yeah, we're just short one. Let me see. Perfect. Alright, there's some junk I need to push back on the other one. And then we'll go and we'll clean up the little quest there. Well, obviously we're going to get the next Hardfire home. That will only take a couple of minutes to put up the bare bones of that. And once we finish here, we'll move straight out there. But I doubt we'll be doing it on this stream because of the shortages of certain materials. What this game needs, although you were never really meant to take the followers and put them wherever, you know. I'll look around for a modded house that would hold a lot of followers. You know, somewhere discreet. And I'll see how it goes. I seen one the other day but wasn't really interested, but now that I think about it, you know, I'll probably need something with a lot of beds. Now, where do we go? Here. And then we'll do the save. Yeah, we'll go back and see if we can get the house. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Get the kind of shack thing of that up and running, and then we'll look around for some of those gold horns we need to finish the second one. This one is finished, except one tiny piece of the shrine. And we'll be able to do that until I start killing dragons. So, you know. Take OVA Mage College. Yeah. Yeah. The shortage. If they allowed you to make something where you could hold, you know, a ton of followers, would be cool. But as I said, the game wasn't rigidly kind of, you know, it's only mods that give you the option to do that, so that I can kind of understand that. There's the books that I want for display later. Oh yeah, I want to keep these somewhere as well, don't I? I'll just dump them in here for the time being. That's it, guys. Now let's check that quest. Perfect. Yep. Now, let's save this. We'll go back and we'll talk to the Jarl. And you should at least be talking now. I don't think we have any diseases. No, we got rid of those. Yeah, we'll do that thing later. Now let me quickly get something to drink, but we've got about 45 minutes. Oh, sugar. Okay, we'll do harmony. And that way we can get close to him. Now we'll kill him. Yeah, he's a big one. Oh, hi OMG. And thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been? And what were you streaming? There. Right, that's the end of that guy. There. Usually the chicken is the first to get it, but he survived this time. Right, let's hit back to... where was it? Dawnstar, wasn't it? We'll see if we can get that other thing up and running. I streamed Sons of the Forest. Nice. And Skull and Bones. Oh yeah. Yeah, you were playing Skull and Bones. I think the Sons of the Forest, that's just available on PC. Yeah. Yeah, it's a kind of survival, kind of crafting, building stuff, isn't it? I think I've seen a bit of that, yeah. And then there's a couple of those in there, Sons of the Forest too.
Take a look.
But we've done a lot with this guy. He's pretty much unstoppable now. There. Let's get to, when was it again? Yeah, Dawnstar. I want to clear all the quests here. It won't be too long now. There is another Daedra quest, but we'll get it later. Oh, hi, Clueless. Pretty good, pretty good. And how have you been? Well, I hope. More raids. And thanks for the raid. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Thanks for the raid, Clueless. And welcome, raiders. My apologies. And hi, let me see, let me get my reading glasses, guys. The... Dudious Catch. And how have you been? I'm doing well. Oh, that's good to hear. Pretty good. I've been off Skyrim for a while, about a year and a half. And I have a lot of time on this game. I came from Starfield right to here because after playing Starfield, I needed to get back to a game, let's say, where I kind of have trusted BGS. Yeah, I needed some bit of sanity. But we're playing kind of Imperial restrictions on this. And thanks for following. Dudious Catch, appreciate it. And welcome to the community. You've never finished it? Oh my. If I had a buck for every time I finished this game. A lot. Oh yeah, yeah, it was soul-sucking. Literally soul-sucking. I didn't expect it to be a Skyrim or a Fallout 4, but I expected some kind of little catch. But if I was to explain Starfield, what it was like playing for me, it was like if I was playing Skyrim, I removed all of the quests from the game, all of the buildings, all of the plants and trees, and I just played with the Anniversary Edition quests. That's literally what it felt like. There was a few things that were kind of okay, you know, maybe not implemented very well, but there was even times I might have to admit I had a little bit of fun. But it was too little and it was too late, you know. It felt like I was playing on an empty Skyrim with Creation Club quests, and all of my followers were Paladin Dance. Most boring followers ever. You know, even Fallout 4, let's say, you know. Yeah, they had some kind of character, but I just couldn't like it, you know. The shipbuilder was fun. I did a Star Trek, you know, the Star Trek Enterprise, and I did the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, but it was very buggy for me. Yeah, very very buggy. I couldn't build my own shipbuilder. That was bugged out, so it took a long time. And the learning curve, you know, there was no tutorial, you know, and if you weren't really into building, you know, you'd just be put off that. It was pretty bare bones. You know, there wasn't even a local map, so finding your way around the new cities was a nightmare. And thanks for following, Warm Puppy. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Yeah, that's the way I felt. Yeah. Yeah. They were just soulless, you know. I've always had a problem with Dance. He's the most boring follower ever. And that's how I felt, you know, about the game. And for a game that was about space exploration, the Constellation were lazy, you know. They were literally waiting on you to do everything. You don't expect the game to make too much sense, but, you know, when there's some really bad writing, some really bad quests, and everything is wrong with the game, yeah, it really shows. It really shows. Oh yeah, yeah. After half a dozen planets, you've seen it all. You could play that game for an hour and put it down and you've seen it all. Now, there was a few quest lines, like the Vanguard quest line, that was kind of interesting. You know, it wasn't bad. The problem with that was they kind of skipped you, they padded it too much, they skipped you from one area to another, and it really went on and on and on and on. And I dislike, you know, really long quests, you know. But if I had to pick one, I say it would be the Vanguard, was the most interesting. You know, but then again, you know, towards the other quests, the bar was pretty low, you know. Oh yeah, yeah. Pretty boring, you know. And how do you play as a pirate, Clueless? Because you've got a whole shipload of goody two-shoes, and if you just look sideways at robbing someone in space, you know, they all freak out, you know. You know, they actively went out of their way to make sure that you wouldn't play as a pirate, you know. And that was kind of silly. And anyway, it was, the characters even in that were pretty boring. Yeah, yeah, or Zero. Well, you could go with Zero, but you know, it's kind of boring on the ship, to be honest. You know, it's just a simulator in a sense, and having them there and moving around and chatting, even though they relentlessly said the same thing, you know, made it a little bit more immersive. But yeah, you could go with Vasco, and I think there was a couple of generic kind of followers you could pick up. But that was even probably more boring again. And the base building, oh my god. Now, that was something I commented on long before the game was released. I said the base building would be rubbish. That Fallout 4 would be a masterpiece compared to it. And I was half right. It wasn't rubbish. You know, to call it rubbish would be an insult to rubbish. It was beyond rubbish. I set the bar pretty low for Starfield on the building part. And yeah, it dropped way below my very low bar. It was, wasn't there? Yeah. That's the kind of feeling I got. That it was like, some modders got together, and just threw in as many quests as they could. They didn't seem to kind of gel together, Or the building. Yeah, could you even call it building? Every aspect of that was bugged. And pretty limited. Yeah, that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. But BGS won't mind. That'll be just dumped into Game Pass. But when they said that, it had more viewers than the Skyrim launch, that really ticked me off, to be honest. Because the numbers were pretty much padded, clueless. It would have been free on Game Pass, you know what I mean? Well, it's not exactly free, you're paying a membership. But a lot of people would have tried it because of Game Pass, because they were already paying a fee. So that really padded up the numbers, But if everyone had to literally pay for the game on launch, yeah, the numbers would not have been so good. Yeah, not in the least. And now they're saying they're going to do an update every 6 weeks to try and get it back on track. You can't get it back on track. Yeah, the game it's flawed right to its core. It could never be fixed. And the fact that they'll have to do one every 6 weeks, this kind of PR thing, for God knows how long, when they already had it a year to do the polishing, you can imagine the kind of dumpster fire it would have been. And like all BGS games, even if you play this in 10 years, which I think nobody will be even playing it in the next 12 months, it will still have launch day bugs like every single game they've ever made. Oh, definitely, yeah. We were expecting, this was out from the fiasco of the online games that they did. This was, the only real true launch we got from them since Skyrim. And I have to admit, very disappointing. I was really kind of hyped. I've been waiting a long time for the next Elder Scrolls. And to be honest now, I prefer they wouldn't do it. Because if they mess up the Elder Scrolls, which I'm almost certain they will, they're pretty much done. They're burnt. And, until someone else comes along with something similar, yeah, anyone that liked the Elder Scrolls will be, in a bad place. Everything, yeah. Yeah. Definitely, yeah. Oh, no, totally, yeah. Just the same. So, yeah, that's all we can do. But the problem survivalist with BGS, you'd think they would learn from their failures, and they would listen to the feedback from the people that's actually buying the games. But they never do. Tell me one occasion where they actually took some constructive criticism from the people that pay their wages. 0 times. I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't put it past them. Now, let's say when people said, the place was too empty and it was boring, literally the devs came back and actually replied to the complaints. And they said, it's not boring, it's empty by design. Or stuff like, it's not boring, you're playing the game wrong. You know what I mean? Or, Neil Armstrong wasn't bored, when he landed on the moon. All of this rubbish and nonsense, it's an insult to any gamer's intelligence when someone makes a bad game and you don't like it, to kind of gaslight you and, bully you and say, well, you're not a dev, you know what I mean? You're not a developer. What would you know about games? When Which I've heard the reply, well, I'm not a chef either, but I know when I'm getting some bad food. You know what I mean? So, they've always been drunk on their success of Skyrim, you know, and it has given them a lot of passes. But I think it's over now, guys. With Starfield, I think, you know, what little goodwill they had left, it's well and truly gone. Yeah, but they never listened to anyone. What was it Todd said? Skyrim fans don't know what they want. I know what they want, and apparently what we wanted was paid mods and the Creation Club and microtransactions, which was pretty convenient for him. You know, according to him, that's what we needed. Yeah. Unbelievable. It's really petty and amateur, isn't it? I could understand if a couple of indie developers that had their heart and soul sunk into a game, let's say they might be a little bit, let's say, sensitive, you know, and you know, but for a studio like BGS to comment on that was, yeah, it was bad. Oh, nice, nice. An ID gamer. Yes, check it up on. They did it on Twitter. Yeah, yeah, they actually said that, and much, much more. Unbelievable it was. And thanks for lurking, the gamer. I appreciate it. Yeah, so this is why I think the Elder Scrolls might be a disaster. I will be absolutely astonished if it's on par with Skyrim. I will be astonished. But you see, I can't bring myself to believe it will be better, because if you check on every game they've ever done, the story suffers immensely. You know, with each game. Let's say in the Elder Scrolls. Now, we give them a pass on that because they give us something new, you know, something nice. You know, let's say the difference between Morrowind, let's say graphically and stuff, let's say with Oblivion, and then from Oblivion to Skyrim. But their engine now, although I like the engine, it was a great engine in its day, but it's really old now. You know what I mean? It just can't compete with, you know, what they're doing now. But even that would be acceptable if they relied on their story or the quality of their game, you know, and that's pretty much gone as well. So there's nothing good you could say about them, you know. Yeah. But remember the guys that did Skyrim, you know, the writers and that, they're all gone. Except that guy that ruined Starfield. Yeah, he's still there. Emil, isn't it? Yeah. Or allegedly ruined it. He had his paws all over Oblivion as well on some of the quests, and you could tell. But this guy, the head writer, let's say, for Starfield and a lot of their other games, but apparently his motto is, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah. Because, you know, if it wasn't really simple, obviously we wouldn't understand, you know. And another one he said was, which didn't make a lot of sense, he said he would only draw from his own experiences, and I'm paraphrasing this. He would only draw from his own experiences while writing a quest for a game. But tell me, how does that work in a game like Starfield, when there's monsters and space travel, or in Skyrim, you know, where there's wizards and, you know, stuff like that. So, you know, I don't know how a writer could draw from his own experiences on that. I think that's where you need imagination, isn't it? Now, let's say drawing from your own experiences on a non-fiction novel or something, yeah, that makes sense. But when you go into medieval fantasy or space games and that would be a bit of a setback, wouldn't it? Definitely, yeah. Probably. Now that would make some sense. But stupid things like that they've said. But yeah, dive into the online thing and check it out. You'll be surprised at how stupid the whole conversation got. It was pretty surprising. So, judging by what they said to their critics and their track record, I'm going by that. I can see the next Elder Scrolls being a hit. I really and truly hope I'm wrong. Unless they do a major shake-up. I can't see Microsoft stepping in because they're even a bigger mess up than Todd's crew. But we'll see. Apparently they're working on it now, we'll see. But hopefully. Apparently it will be oh, what's it called again? Yeah, where the Red Guards are from, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah, I've watched a bit of it, yeah. Hammerfell, yeah, I think that's where it's going to be. Well, that's where they're guessing anyway. Yeah, I've never seen those. I've just, with my, let's say, Elder Scrolls experience, it's just from Oblivion onwards. No, let's make sure. Oh, there's the cheat. Who's that guy? No, I just want to make sure there's no random spawns here. We don't want any of those traders dying. And of course there is. Oh, sugar, guys, it's a vampire. We'll just get these vampires out of the way. They'll do too much damage. Okay, we'll take them anyway. Hello, doggo. I just killed some doggos. Now let's see, is the vampire on? Maybe it's just these three guys. They're not too bad. Oh, I've never seen them go around in packs like that before. Okay, that's cool. That's the biggest threat taken out. Yeah. Yeah, that was a big disappointment for me. I heard, let's say after Skyrim, they were coming out with another one. So I was really looking forward to that. Then I was shattered when I heard it was online. I knew exactly what they were going to do. Never played it. Yeah, never will. I've always believed that the Elder Scrolls and the Fallout experience, let's say, it's best, let's say, as a kind of single player kind of thing. I don't think putting it online, would improve it. On the contrary, I think it would make it a lot worse. There's some games and some stories that, just really work well. Let's say as a single player. Depending, but you know what they're going to do. In theory, it looks good, survivalist, to be a co-op. But you know exactly they're going to take that opportunity to plow in tons of microtransactions, spamming in a lot of junk into the game. So, once there's more opportunities to make money, the game is going to suffer. And I think for that reason alone, the whole, making some of our favorite kind of IPs, let's say more co-op, is a big mistake. If they implement it right, it would suit a lot of people, but they'll never do that. There's the Elder Scrolls Online, let's say for instance. If you're a new player to the Elder Scrolls Online, they'll charge you for soul gems and things like that, a nice bit of money. And you wouldn't know that these things are pretty common to pick up, so it's basically a trap for new players, That's basically what it is. Oh, you're dreaming. You're absolutely dreaming. That they would give you that option without charging you to the nose for that experience? Never gonna happen. But if it was, let's say here in Skyrim where I could play with just even one friend, oh, the fun. It would be absolute fun. But there was obviously going to be a catch to that. And the catch would be, you're not playing with one, you're playing with 100 on a server. And, you're going to be paying them. Yeah, yeah. But I'm not against the whole co-op thing. Or even the kind of multiplayer. I was never against that. It's how they take advantage of that system and how they make the game much worse because of it. They'll try and farm you for money and then they'll start spamming in any kind of rubbish for you to buy it. And the game suffers. This game has suffered from the Creation Club, And because I would play this for a long time and then not play it again for a long time, I can see the differences every time I come back. And some of them are small. Like, take for instance, long before the modding scene came here. It was never the most stable game in the world. But let's say the dungeons were pretty safe, But now, let's say after this break, I've seen a lot of changes. A lot of map clipping, A lot more crashes than I would usually get. And a lot more kind of janky stuff. And, if they're going to keep adding and adding and adding to this game with the same dated engine they have over and over again, the game will get much worse. It might even get to the stage where, lots of people will just turn away from it. And it will hurt the game, But it's nice to have the option to get these things, But even, let's say, if you don't buy any Creation Club mods, once they're selling those, and then, let's say, they've got to put the coding, into the engine, whether you're using it or not, you'll still get the backlash of the bugs and problems, even without buying them. So I think, they're making their game and their engine, a lot worse by doing this. Well, think about it, guys. On release for this game, remember how many quests they cut from this because the game couldn't handle it? And let's say the one most known would be the Missing Apprentices, but there's like probably over 3 dozen quests, just so it would fit together without crashing. You know what I mean? And now they're starting to add much, much more. I know they're slightly upgrading the engine, but, it is, after all, just software. But there's certain things that say, in the core of that software, let's say to change that would be a total strip down, and Todd would never do that. So they're just patching it and trying it to get, to do as much as possible. And that hurts the whole experience in the game and makes the game more unstable. I've seen, let's say, since I've come back after my last one, I've identified 2 new areas with some really bad audio bugs. They kind of kick in if you save in a certain area and then reload from there. And what happens, let's say you lose sound and your game will crash. And reloading that is a waste of time. You'd have to go back, maybe even a save, maybe in some cases, maybe even 2. I know of 3 places now, and let's say in the past, on launch, there was only 1. So the game is not as stable as it was. But I can understand. I don't mind, let's say, the free mods. Yeah. Like, they saved the game, to be honest. And, kind of introduced it to newer generations of gamers. But we all know the stuff that, BGS is going to do. It's going to be rubbish. They have no respect for this game. It's just like they have no respect for their fans. Their fans are there as cash cows, and so is the game. You know, it's not like an artist who would create something who would have an attachment to it. It's more like a businessman that would buy a company, and that's what they usually do. And, you know, run it to the ground for profit or split it up for parts. That's basically what they're doing. Like buying all furniture in a house, all at once, will bug a house out. Yep. Yeah, small things. They've always ignored the small things. That's one of the reasons why I like to do it, you know, the other way. Now, we already got the orphan from here, so let's wait inside the R's quarters and we'll see. I think we got to help people here, isn't there? Oh no, I think he needs a stupid quest done. But you can't even talk to him until you get rid of that staff. Because apparently the guy has been losing sleep. This happens. I always buy all at once. I never had. It's happened to me a few times actually. This game is pretty strange survivalist. You know, some people are quite lucky and very rarely experience a bug. And let's say even if you uninstall this to make room and then in the future come back and did a reinstall. Let's say if you had 6 bugs, you know, on your last playthrough. You definitely won't get those 6 bugs again. It'll be 6 new ones. There's no rhyme or reason, you know. There's literally no rhyme or reason to it. I think it's something got to do with your very first purchase of the game, and that, let's say, that copy being stored on the server, you know, because it's an online game. So it might be a problem with, what do I call it, packet loss, you know, where tiny bits of information are skipped, you know, because of internet interruptions or bad connection or whatever, and they cause certain bugs in the game. It could be something like that, you know, and that's one of the problems too, let's say, when you get games that's always online. That's the only explanation I could use for that. But we'll never encounter the same bugs. It's not like the old games where if a game had a bug, we all got the bug. Now it's much different. You'll never have the same experience in this game, you know, with bugs and whatever. You know, even when you know, play it again. Yeah. But it's just as buggy, to be honest, survivalist without bugs. And strangely enough, let's say, there's a few mods that would, let's say, lessen the odds. But in this game, I learned to get around them and avoid them. And, you know, even sometimes the way you approach a quest, you know, and what you do can affect it. Yeah, it's definitely all over the place. But the way they've been patching it over the decades, even the devs, I don't think, could explain it, you know. But it's always been that way with games from BGS. I've never used that, yeah. I would like to do a really big modded playthrough, but it would be madness on console to do so, you know.
The nightmares in Dawnstar have lifted, and I hear you helped that happen. You have.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah. Now we've got to do this thing. We're spammed to this, but I think we'll have to kill a giant for this guy. I hate this part.
As soon as we drive the Empire out of the storm, Dawnstar has a history of giants are a common.
Yeah. I think it's the guy, you know, the guy near that little mining village. Speaking of mining village, there's 2 followers there we'll have to collect later. But I could do with some more houses. I'm really gonna have to look around for a mod with something with a ton of beds in it. It will be done.
I'm counting on
Now, I think from there then... Let's hang on. Is this the guy that...
Just a servant of Skull the Elder.
Yeah, where's the guy that sells it? Maybe we don't have to take that. I prefer not to kill him if I could. Not that it makes much of a difference.
I'm Scald's housecarl, and head of his guard in Dawn.
No. Where's the guy that sells the land there? It's a lady, isn't it? Or is it?
My only aim is to keep the peace.
Okay, she's probably over the other side. I kind of forget this one. Yeah, there she is.
I'm here to lend my magic to the people of Dawnstar.
No, it's not her either. Okay, we'll do his little quest. We'll kill that poor harmless giant. What can we do? Gonna get him out anyway. Oh, I really don't take much notice of those guys.
The damned nightmares have finally stopped. Don't suppose you know anything about that.
No, I wouldn't know zero about that. Okay, I think it's near the stupid swampy place, isn't it? Back here. Oh no, they picked a new one. Oh, Tumblearge Pass. Okay. We'll go kill this guy. Pretty quick. Oh yeah, I've always had problems with the names on this. Unfortunately we're killing this guy. What can we do? Okay, we'll be quite nasty about this. I definitely don't want to kill that poor mammoth. And what I might do is kill him, and then what I'll do is resurrect him. I've always felt guilty about killing the giants. And this. There it is. There, we got to clear the spot. Oh yeah, I said I was going to resurrect this guy. Now this is a mod, and I have it for emergencies. But I think this is one of those emergencies. There. All is forgiven. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. God, he's an idiot, isn't he? There. Go home. Another oversight. Yeah, that would have been fun. How is there not one group of... No! Yeah. Yeah, you're right there. But I remember watching a documentary. The guy who designed these joints, he literally used the face of his dad. Yeah, it's quite an interesting story on that. Now let's go back to that. Oh, hang on. Well, I want to get that one later. Okay, get back here. Yeah. I remember watching a documentary on it. Interesting story. And they were all talking about, let's say, when they were doing this game, they knew, well, it was going to be kind of okay. But they were really, really surprised about its success. It really caught them by surprise. Yeah. The face was based on his dad. Yeah. Which is kind of cool, I think. Didn't BGS remember that older lady that used to stream a lot of Skyrim? She got kind of famous for it. She was, really old, 80 something. And BGS said in the next Elder Scrolls, they'll add her to that. Yeah, that would be cool to see. You know, I'm totally 100% behind that. But it's a sad story because, you know, she was streaming away. She would do her little thing. You know, she really loved the game. And she got pretty popular. Hopefully they will. I don't think there's any reason they wouldn't. But she had to give it up because the stress was too much. You know, she had idiots coming on, you know, being kind of rude and, you know, telling her how to play the game and all of that stuff, which I've seen a lot of in the last 10 years, where people can't tolerate a person if they play a game a certain way. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear that. Yeah. No, I think they made the offer when, yeah, I think they made the offer when, they've done it before. They've done it before. And I'll show you where. Yeah. I don't know if she's passed now. Yeah, you know, she had a lot of kind of semi-trolls and a lot of, you get them on Twitch. And she's from a generation that can't really handle that kind of silliness, you know. But she had to give it up because of it, you know. You know, some people couldn't tolerate the way she played the game. She was having fun, guys, and that's what the game is about. It doesn't make a difference what you play. If you want to use mods, if you don't want to use mods, if, you know, you want to play it in very easy or very hard, you know what I mean? Yeah, it goes to show you the kind of intolerance. Imagine if you couldn't abide a stranger playing a game in a certain way, and that was a big issue. Imagine how it would be for other things, if that was a problem. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll show you another one. I'll actually save it here and then we'll get back. There was a guy, and I'd say that really loved this game. He was pretty sick. And obviously, you know, BGS did a big publicity thing. But they named this guy, I think, from part of his tag. I think he had some kind of cancer problem or some kind of organ problem. And I think he passed away before they introduced this character. I think he was a big Oblivion or something fan or something, or Skyrim or something. Now, let me see. I don't think I have it up on my map yet, but I think it's Rorikstead. You see here? No, not that one. Here. I have it up on my map. It's somewhere around here. But there's a guy called Eric the Slayer. And I think this guy's name was Eric as well. So this character, I think, was put in for him. So they've done it before. I'm not sure. I think he passed away just before it or something. I remember reading about it, but I've forgotten most of it. Yeah, I've actually seen some of her streams. Yeah, pretty nice.
Tools, wares, and weapons, all for sale at fair prices. So men, take a look.
Yeah, yeah. But that was a few years back, guys, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was. You know what, guys? I think we have enough pelts. Yeah, that's good. Yep, we won't be buying anything anyway.
May your road lead you to
Now, let's hand in this quest and see if we can buy some land from this guy. I feel a lot better that we resurrected that giant.
You should talk to Rusty. Get some proper steel.
I'm off to play some. Nice. Have a good stream. And thanks for hanging out, Survivalist. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm at my time here as well, guys. Yeah, gotta get back to bed. I woke up, I just had a couple of hours sleep, couldn't sleep. Wanted to do this to get tired again. Yeah, so we'll just hand in this quest. And what I'll do with this later today, I'll get the house from him and just get a quick start on it. And then again tomorrow, if I'm feeling well enough, I will do another unscheduled stream. But my scheduled streams will be Friday, Saturday. So, I might not be back home till then.
You're not as dumb. Here, a reward from your Jarl. There is room in... However, you help my people, and I'll make good luck. Yes, it is. It's in the southern part of the Pale.
That's the one we were looking for.
White-run hold.
Do we pay this guy?
Room in the world to build your own house.
There it is.
Wonderful. I'll
Perfect.
sleep better knowing you're watching the southern market.
Perfect. Well, really, you've got to kind of fix up the kind of bare bones of it, before we start helping the people getting out of the house, Carl. I think it can be a bit buggy sometimes, but that's it. What I'll do is I'll go out to the minimum building on it, just basically invest in 3 businesses here. That would be enough to get out my house, Carl. Fix up that house, Carl, and then, yeah, we'll be all ready to fix that one up. But I think I'll leave it here, guys. I got my 4 hours. Not bad for an unscheduled stream. And at the latest, I will be back Friday and Saturday, where we'll do our thing. And if I'm feeling, up to it, tomorrow, I might do an unscheduled stream. But anytime I do an unscheduled stream, it will probably be 3 or maybe even 4 hours later than my normal streams. But yeah, we'll go with that. And you too, Tigger. And thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And of course, Thomason, thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a good one. So yeah, I will leave it here. I will get my phone ready. We'll see if we can do a raid. And we'll say hi to some of our friends. I couldn't do one yesterday because I was silly and took an Apple update. I thought it was a Twitch update. And you know how long those things go on, so we missed our raid yesterday. So let's bring this one up. So I'll have that house, the bare bones of it done, and the follower out there, so we should be good. And then we'll start doing the quests and we'll start fixing up the rest of them. We definitely need some rooms for some more followers. And I'll look around for a modded house with a ton of beds. I seen one earlier and I said no. But then I forgot how many followers are here. But we'll definitely need something like that. Once I dropped that stupid anniversary edition thing, they had a ton of houses. But just too much, guys. You know what I mean? It was just too much. It was really killing the immersion of the game. So I will say farewell to all of you. And at the latest, I'll be back Friday, Saturday. Maybe get an unscheduled stream tomorrow if I'm feeling up to it. So, goodbye, Tigger, Hufflepuff, Terry Perry, if you're watching. Let me see who else was on. I'm not sure, but have a wonderful day, ladies, and take care. Also, Sir Thomason and Survivalist, thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. And of course, Young and Suburban Werewolf. Have a good one, guys. And thanks for the raids, of course. And the follows tonight, guys. I appreciate the support. And thanks for the raid, Clueless. I hope you have a good one. And take care. And of course, to all the raiders as well. Thanks, guys, for joining. And of course, Mighty High. Have a good one, Mighty. And Runner Rain. Hope you have a great day. And of course, the Gamer. Thanks again for lurking. I hope you have a wonderful day. So, what's about 8 for you, the Gamer? Holland, wasn't it you're from? Yeah, the Netherlands. So it's about 8 AM for you, I think. 7 here. And of course, let me see. Dudious Catch, thanks again for hanging out. And we mentioned runner range, cleanliness, body high, survivalist. Let's see if we can find some more. Okay. And of course, thanks again for stopping by in that raid, OMG. Appreciate it.
Not worthy of time or consideration.
And of course, Soul. I hope you have a great day, Soul, and stay safe. And congratulations again on that new puppy. Yeah. There's nothing like puppies or kittens. Let me see. And of course, Doctor, thanks again for hanging out and informing. Appreciate it. So that's everyone I can see here. I've probably missed a few. So if I have failed to mention anyone, my apologies to whomever I might have missed. And again to everyone who was watching and lurking. Appreciate it, guys. So yeah, possibly an unscheduled stream tomorrow, but definitely sticking to my schedule. The normal times for Friday and Saturday, so that's the latest you'll see me. And you too, Tigger. My pleasure. Have a good one. So, let's see who's streaming, guys. Hopefully we'll find some of our friends streaming something similar. Right, let's do this.